Hi, Vice Mayor and Council. It's just about 6 o'clock. We're going to go and get started. For those of you that haven't heard yet, Marilyn Lemons will not be on the line tonight with us. I do read, so it'll be Vice Mayor that will be handling the meeting, Vice Mayor Olmos. Brenda, I have the special notice that I read before we go live, or as we go live.
John, is Vilma on the line?
Oh, Velma cannot hear is what I'm being told right now. So.
Okay.
So we're trying to get her on right now.
Got it.
What's that?
I do good voice impersonations. I could just pretend her.
Just to let you know, Council, we are live because it is 6 p.m. So we will be getting Council Member Cuellar Stallings on the line soon.
Got it.
I think it went on. Okay. Okay, I hope so. Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Council Member Cuellar Stallings, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great, you're on. Okay. With that, we will go ahead and get started. Good evening, everybody. Pursuant to Executive Order NEN-2920, executed by the Governor of California on March 17, 2020, and as a response to mitigating the spread of coronavirus known as COVID-19, the regular meeting of the City Council scheduled for Tuesday, August 4th at 6 p.m. will allow members of the public to participate in this meeting and address the City Council during this open session of the meeting via live stream and or teleconference only. So with that, I will turn it over now to Vice Mayor Brenda Olmos, who will start off the meeting. Ms. Olmos?
Thank you, John. So I would like to go ahead and call to order our Paramount City Council regular meeting for the August 4th, 2020. And tonight, our Pledge of Allegiance will be done by Council Member Vilma Cuellar Stallings, and the invocation will be done by Pastor Brian Worth of Chapel of Change. Council Member Cuellar Stallings.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the invocation.
Amen. Good evening. Let's bow our heads and our hearts before the Lord. Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus. And we lift up our wonderful city, Lord, the city of Paramount before you. And God, we speak your word over the city. You said, for I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you a future and a hope. And Father, we ask, Lord God, that your grace and your mercy would fall upon the city in greater measures, Lord God, than we've seen before. And Father, we ask, God, that you would uproot all anxiety, all fear, all exhaustion over the residents, and even our city council members, God. We ask for your peace that surpasses all understanding. God, we ask that you would have your way. May you give our city councils and our leadership wisdom and understanding and insight as they do business tonight. We ask for your hand to be upon them. We ask for your spirit to be present. And Father, we ask for peace over their homes in Jesus' name, that your peace would be extended into their lives, Lord, in Jesus' name, and that your peace and your healing would be extended even into the lives of their families, Father. We thank you, Lord God, that you are a good and perfect Father. We thank you for being so generous. We ask, Lord God, for complete healing. And Father, for the one whose mother's in the hospital, God, may you stretch forth your hand to heal in the name of Jesus. And we thank you, Lord God, for your power. Have your way, Lord God, in this meeting. Bless the city. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Laura Worth. We really appreciate that.
Amen.
We will move on now to roll call of council members, please.
Councilmember Aguayo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Guillen,
Here.
Councilmember Cuellar Stallings,
Here.
Vice Mayor Olmos,
I am here.
And we'll let the record reflect that Mayor Lemons is absent this evening.
That's correct. Can I get a motion to excuse Mayor Lemons, please?
So moved. I second.
Motion by Gillen, second by Aguayo. Do I need a roll call on that again, or no, we're fine?
Yes, please.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes, but it was actually Claire Stallings that made the second.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we will move on. Our Paramount City Council meeting, we'll start, John, with presentations tonight.
Yes, we will, Vice Mayor, and we'll turn it over to you to handle our two presentations that we have.
All right, so tonight, it looks like we have the honor of recognizing one of our very own, Lisel Lara. So, Lisel, tonight we recognize one of our great Paramount High School students who recently represented the city on national stage. Senior Lisel Lara is a member of the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America Club, also known as FCCLA. The club offers resources and opportunities for students to pursue careers that support families by addressing important issues through family and consumer sciences education. Each year, FCCLA clubs from all over the county take part in a national competition. Paramount's chapter, which has been on campus 42 years, always has had great success there. In fact, every time Paramount has gone to the Nationals, they've come home with either gold or silver medals. This year was no different. Lisel was awarded the silver medal in the Teach and Train category. Here is a photo of Ms. Lara with a certificate and medal. We will be mailing a certificate of recognition from the city to her. Our club is in Region 9, which covers all of Los Angeles, Orange, and Ventura counties. For the coming school year, both the president and vice president of the region are Paramount students. President is Janae Tan, and vice president is Francisco Boteo. So it's wonderful to see each and all of these motivated students. You all make us very proud. Congratulations, Lisel. All right, at this time, we'll move on to our second presentation, which are the videos. So with that, we would like to show a few videos that will soon be shown on our social media outlets and YouTube channel. The first video that we're going to present to you tonight is a brief coverage of our recent water well groundbreaking ceremony.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us as we break ground on the final phase of Well 16. Over the last few years, we have drilled the well and finalized the design work. Now we are installing the equipment so the site will be pumping water by the fall of 2021. This new well, the city's fourth, will help keep our water rates as affordable as possible for all our customers. Paramount's rates are consistently among the lowest when compared to nearby cities and private utilities. This will also provide a more consistent water supply that reduces our dependence on imported water, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I want to thank our contractors that are working with us, and I want to thank our Public Works Water Division for their always excellent efforts. And now, if my fellow council members will join me, let's grab our shovels.
Great, so that was our highlight video of the Water Well 16 groundbreaking. Our next highlight video is our Paramount Al Fresco Dining.
I have been operating in the city of Paramount for 50 years.
I have been operating Casa Elita in this beautiful city of Paramount since 2005.
Well, a lot of changes we have made, and the city has helped us a lot in this particular situation because They allowed us to put the alfresco tables outside at the parking lot and also on the side, and that has enabled us to take care of more people.
The governor says that they want the restaurant to serve outside only on Wednesday. I went to the city on Thursday, submit application. After 2 hours, they called me, Jesus, your permit is approved. So I want to thank for that quick response. I really think that on this situation, we need to be together like a family.
People are very warm. They cater to each other, we help each other, and very friendly.
This is the economy of the local city, and you need to support, your restaurants. Due to the coronavirus, many restaurants closed down. So it's time for us to support our local restaurants and make sure that the economy in our own city, survives.
Because we are all in this together. We have to work together in order to not only help each other, but as well as to have a community sense of togetherness.
Come and enjoy Paramount Al Fresco.
Enjoy Paramount Al Fresco.
Enjoy Paramount Al Fresco!
Great. And finally, we have a short video featuring positive messages from our community during the time of pandemic. We are Paramount.
Art Foundation. We are Paramount.
We are Paramount. We are Paramount. We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount. We are Paramount.
Somos Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
We are Paramount.
So that's all of our public presentations for this evening. We hope you enjoyed them all. So we will move on to the next item as our City Council public comment update.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. As you know from our July 7th City Council meeting, we had quite a few public speakers that we will now update you on. The first, starting off, it was Ms. Raquel de Casas, and she had a number of things, a number of issues, and I'll go right into them. The first one, she requested that the city do more to combat institutional racism. The reply to that was that Ms. de Casas did receive emails on June 23rd and July 21st explaining the city's effort to promote diversity and combat injustices, and stating that the health and well-being of the community is definitely a priority of the city. Her next issue or request was that the city redirect funds from law enforcement services. The response to that was through surveys and scientific polls, residents have expressed a consistent desire to keep public safety a top priority. This commitment and priority to public safety is reflected in the approved fiscal year 2021 budget. Her next request was that we create a law enforcement review board. We note that since 2016, LA County has had a Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission, which serves as a law enforcement review board. We also state that residents are encouraged to participate in the actions of this commission. Residents on a more local level can also engage with the city's Public Safety Commission as well as public safety staff. And her final request was that we review the decision to open the splash pad during COVID-19. Our response to that was that the County Department of Public Health has provided guidelines for splash pads that the city carefully follows to safely operate this facility. We do strive to provide safe spaces for residents to use when weather conditions are hot, which this can positively affect the mental and physical health while offering people of all ages and backgrounds a chance to recreate. Splash pads operations our splash pad operations will be reassessed as the summer proceeds. Our next speaker was Mr. Gerald Serta, And Mr. Serta had two things to comment on, or two concerns that we will be addressing. One of them was that he would like a third speed hump on his street. Staff did contact Mr. Serta on July the 17th to explain that a third speed hump is not feasible for a street, given the geometry of the roadway. Mr. Serta at that time said he understood and thanks staff for looking into it. His other concern that we are addressing is that he wants the city to disseminate more information about tenant protections, eviction moratoriums to landlords and prevent unauthorized evictions. In response to that, the city did publish information on the city website and social media regarding tenant protections and fair housing, including the county's eviction moratorium and the daily housing workshops provided by the city in partnership with the Fair Housing Foundation of Long Beach. Our next two speakers had two issues that were common. The first resident was Gurdeep Kaur, and the second was Mr. Andrew Mondragon. Their first request was that the city renegotiate its law enforcement agreement with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Our response to that is that the city is currently in year 2 of a 5-year law enforcement agreement with the Sheriff's Department. Individual cities cannot negotiate specific terms. The agreement does cover all contract cities, and therefore terms are negotiated through the California Contract Cities Association, to which the city of Paramount belongs. Service costs are set annually by the County Board of Supervisors, and any cost reduction to law enforcement by individual contract cities would only be through a reduction in services or an elimination of deputies. The second thing that Ms. Carr and Mr. Mondragon were requesting was that they want the unity and the community effort to support the Black Lives Matter movement. An update on the unity and the community effort will be provided tonight at the council meeting. There was one other request by Mr. Andrew Mondragon, which will be handled. He would like more transparency in the budget adoption process. Our response to that is the city's proposed budget is posted on the website 1 month in advance of each fiscal year adoption. Residents are made aware of the budget approval process on the council agenda as well. Our next speaker was Mr. Richard Griffin, and he would like the city to purchase the Pocket Park property for sale on Paramount Boulevard. At this time, the city is not planning to purchase this property. However, we are working with a consultant to gather information on interest in the property and explore best use. The next resident that had a concern that we will be addressing is Ms. Kirian Perez, and she wanted the city to redirect funding away from law enforcement. As we had stated earlier, through surveys and scientific polls, residents have expressed a consistent desire to keep public safety a top priority. The commitment and priority to public safety is reflected in the adopted fiscal year 2021 budget. Our next speaker that we will be addressing is Mr. Jose De Leon. Mr. De Leon wanted all fireworks banned in the city and instead offer a 4th of July fireworks special event. In response to that, the city has taken several actions to counter the use of illegal fireworks, which includes an increase in administrative fines, implementation of a rewards program for reporting illegal fireworks, an increase in fireworks suppression deputies, and an expanded communication platform to educate the community on the dangers. At the direction of the City Council, a fireworks summit will be held soon to discuss the future of safe and sane fireworks and potential remedies to further curb rampant use of illegal fireworks. Our last speaker that we will be addressing tonight was Mr. Alfredo Buenuelos, and Mr. Buenuelos would like the city to enact local tenant relief protections. In response to that, the County of Los Angeles adopted an eviction moratorium ordinance, which was recently extended through September 30th, and that applies to all cities within the county. Evictions are banned for non-payment of rent due to COVID and other related purposes. The city also has had a rental assistance program with about 37 vouchers given to residents so far, totaling at $139,000. This program was recently extended with new money that we received from the federal government, and once again includes grants of up to $1,000 a month for up to 2 months. There currently are 51 applications under review to ensure compliance with program guidelines. And with that, Vice Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. We will move on now to public comments, if there are any.
Yes, ma'am. We do have 4 public comment cards in writing and 4 public comment cards verbally and 1 public comment card in writing, and then another public comment card in writing for a specific item. And that is item number, I'm looking at our city clerk right now, item number
13.
Item number 13. So that person's public comment will be read into the record by the city clerk when we reach that item. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Andrew Villalpando, who will handle public comment period.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. As a reminder, we'll be conducting the public comment via telephone remotely. So bear with me 1 second while I get the first caller in the line. Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Raquel de Casas.
Hi.
Good evening. I'm contacting you regarding your request for public comment for the Paramount City Council meeting. You're now being broadcast live to the City Council. Your public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I will give you notice when you have 20 seconds left, and your time starts now.
Okay, 1 second, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm making a public comment regarding the City Council meeting held on Tuesday, July 7th. Sorry, I tried to write this down so I have it ready. On July 7th, so I felt that the action reported was not accurate. On July 7th, the inaccurate action reported was Mayor Lemons responded to Mr. Casas in an email on June 23rd explaining that to counter issues of disenfranchisement in our society, the city works at helping the community by implementing a balanced menu of human and social service programs. Diversity, health, wellness, safety, and tolerance are woven in the fabric of this approach. I think that it would be more appropriate to say that the action taken was that Mayor Lemons responded to Mr. Casas in an email on June 23rd, encouraging dialogue in our community to work together and navigate through these challenging times. She acknowledged her questions and let her know that the topics would be addressed at a series of community meetings the city will be holding. To me, it's very important that the City Council make this amendment in order to take accountability and as well increase transparency as far as the action reported. I'm not sure what caused the confusion, but I sincerely hope that it can be amended. I also hope that in the future, a system is put in place to avoid further miscommunication to the public. This issue can be further rectified by contacting me via email to explain how the city counters these issues. I'm always seeking to be further educated. And then I also want to comment that I did listen to the actions that were taken. I also did not receive an email on July 21st explaining the city efforts. I double checked it. I have no emails from the city. So again, I would really like that transparency and for the actions to be reflected that they are made accurate. As far as the surveys and scientific polls, I also would like information on where those are taken and how we can look at them. I can respect if that's what the community wants. I voice my opinion. And then for the Law Enforcement Review Board, I was hoping that there would be something that we could do specifically for Paramount. I am aware of the Civilian Oversight Commission, and I do participate in that. So I think that would be it. I think most importantly, I would like for the action to be accurate for the future. Thank you for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, one moment while I get the next speaker on the line.
Hello?
Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Jaime Lopez.
This is me.
Good evening, Mr. Lopez. I'm contacting you regarding your request for public comment for the Paramount City Council meeting. You're being broadcast live to the City Council. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will give you notice when you have 20 seconds left. Your time starts now.
I know it's been a while, so I wanted to revisit a few items that were addressed or not addressed at the last meeting. So let's try this again. I'd like to ask each member of the council, except Council Member Aguayo, and including the city manager, do you or do you not support Black Lives Matter? And have you actually read or can share anything substantial, preferably a book, which would indicate to your residents that you actually know what BLM is about? It would be great if you didn't repeat to us whether you've attended racism seminars or that one high school event several months ago. It would also be great to not provide us with your police resume, even if it was as a Latina, which still doesn't answer the question being asked. Each of you is a public servant to all of your residents, and Black residents make up 10% of your population. I want you to be as eager to defend Black lives as you were about suggesting the pursuit of probable cause as a justification for felony arrests. There's a difference between not being racist and being an anti-racist. You can't simply claim to not be racist or a social justice advocate. You have to actively show it. You cannot be a social justice advocate and not support Black Lives Matter. Unless, of course, you do support it, but you can't admit it publicly for fear of alienating some of your supporters or former employers or colleagues, which would essentially be just as bad. Councilmember Olmos mentioned in her response that this issue was complicated. I am a resident of Paramount and I'm currently working on a PhD in urban planning, and I can appreciate complicated issues. So I would implore you to clarify what makes such an issue so complicated for you. A few of you also extended invitations for dialogue and invited me to talk on the phone, but what incentive do I have to make time for a phone call with you when you're not answering questions unequivocally through this public forum? Councilmember Aguayo has suggested support for BLM as she has relatives who are Black, but one should not have to have Black relatives in order to see what this movement is about. I also wanted to push back on Councilmember Guillen's narrative about her having appointed me as a planning commissioner precisely because of my opposing viewpoints. I don't agree with that narrative and would kindly ask that it stops being communicated. That's all I'm going to say about that. I will be hoping that you can answer my questions clearly this time. No need for lengthy responses. A simple answer will do. Some might be asking themselves, but aren't there other more urgent issues to discuss? And the answer is yes and no. But this issue at this time is as good of an indicator as any to show your residents where you stand within the larger discussion of social justice.
Mr. Lopez, you have 20 seconds left.
I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for your comment.
Okay, one moment while I get the next speaker on the line.
Hello?
Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Gerald Serta.
This is Gerald Serta.
Good evening, Mr. Serta. I'm contacting you regarding your request for public comment for the Paramount City Council meeting. You are now being broadcast live to the City Council. Your public comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will give you notice when you have 20 seconds left. Your time starts now.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would like to acknowledge the incident off San Clemente Island where 8 Marines and 1 sailor perished. My condolences to all families and service members affected. The start of another school year is just around the corner with a twist, virtual learning. I spoke to a counselor yesterday and was informed that this will be a learning experience for students, teachers, and staff. I would like to know if the city can assure all families with students have internet at a reduced charge while service is not interrupted by providers like Spectrum and AT&T, whoever's providing internet service here in the city of Paramount. Also, if the system will hold the virtual app for the internet, having a large number of students on at the same time. And regarding the moratorium update, if the city will adapt the moratorium and if the city will initiate its own tenant workshop, this way to inform the residents of the moratorium, but also what's legal, what's illegal, if they're going through eviction. And that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Serta, for your comments tonight.
Okay, one moment while I get our last speaker on the line.
Please leave your message.
Madam Vice Mayor, no one picked up. Would you like me to try one more time?
Yes, go ahead and try one more time, please. Thank you.
1 second.
Hello?
Good evening. This is the City of Paramount calling for Alfredo Benuelos.
This is him.
Good evening, Mr. Benuelos. I'm contacting you regarding a request for public comment for the Paramount City Council meeting. You are now being broadcast live to the City Council. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will give you 20 seconds. I will give you notice when you have 20 seconds left.
Please don't give me notice. Thank you very much.
Okay, your time starts now.
As most of us know, there's a couple of open offices in this next election in November that are already confirmed to be on the ballot, and some names are already confirmed to be on the ballot, and we can expect them to be familiar names, namely the current incumbent Linda Sanchez and former councilwoman Diane Martinez, who a few months ago took a small break, or as council member Olmos would call it, a cool-off period. Very creative, and by resigning so that council member Olmos could run as an incumbent. These two candidates alone, Sanchez and Martinez, have been in power for nearly half a century combined. That is why I'm here to ask for the council to once again bring up the issue of term limits. I think it is necessary for us to have this conversation and to do something about it immediately, and that is instituted. The city's already spent thousands of tax dollars investigating whether the residents would be in favor of these term limits, and only to discover unsurprisingly that the general public at large is overwhelmingly in favor of term limits. During the previous March election of 2020, all candidates were afforded the opportunity to share their perspectives specifically on this particular matter in the Paramount Journal, which you can still find online, where Councilwoman Isabela Guayo clearly expressed herself to be in favor of term limits, and I'll paraphrase her a little bit here by restating her argument when she said, strictly for the purposes of avoiding the complacency of career politicians who will inevitably lose sight of what truly matters to the residents. And that probably applies to you, Ms. Peggy Lemon, since you've been in power for several decades too. Councilwoman Brenda Olmos also responded to the question by deceptively stating, starting off with the first sentence being, I do favor term limits for the Paramount City Council. And then she proceeded to explain to us how she really does not favor term limits by attempting to redefine the concept. Her only argument is that being a public servant is not for everyone, because she believes that the city of Paramount lacks a supply of people that are, quote, ready and willing to serve the community. That is very elitist of you, Mrs. Olmos, and I know a lot of residents who would disagree with you. It also sounds like you don't believe in the city's educational system, but regardless of the veracity of such statements, I think considering such beliefs are coming from our vice mayor, the school board member candidates should consider the formation of a first-rate civic education program as part of their proposal in order to ensure that Paramount is never in short supply of educated leaders, such as Mrs. Olmos claims. If the subsequent conclusion of Mrs. Olmos' argument is that all Paramount students should graduate with an acutely comprehensive knowledge in political philosophy, then I wholeheartedly agree with her. However, that's obviously not where it was intended to go. As a council member,
10 seconds left.
I told you not to tell me when So as council members, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of California and hence defend our democracy. Term limits are inseparable to
Mr.
that
Benuelos,
mission.
your time is up.
And as Councilwoman Aguayo believes term
Mr.
limits
Benuelos, your time is up.
further encourage voter participation by placing a higher level of trust in
Mr.
people.
Benuelos, your time is up, Mr. Benuelos. Andrew, is there any more comments for this evening?
There's no more
There are no
verbal
more
comments. Madam Vice Mayor, this is John. So now I will turn it over to our city clerk for the one written comment by email. Ms.
Thank
Lewis?
you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. This comment is from Rudolfo Cortez of Southeast LA. Last year, the city of Paramount, at the request of the majority of the city council members, and despite protest from the city attorney, sent myself and others cease and desist letters. The council claimed that we were defaming the city by talking about water and air pollution and its industrial sources. As explained by our attorney, there is no such thing as defaming a city. The First Amendment ensures the public's right to criticize the government, and this right certainly extends to criticizing specific public officials. In the spirit of clarifying the public record and achieving greater government transparency, I hereby make a public records request for all cease and desist letters sent to individuals on behalf of the city of Paramount spanning the years 2000 to 2020. In addition to this public request, the request has been filed with the city clerk. Clean water is the people's right, and it is time for the city to acknowledge the true scope of the problem. I look forward to receiving the requested public records, and I have copied the individuals who may also wish to file their own public records requests. Best, Rodolfo Cortez. That completes the comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Are we completed tonight for comments?
Yes, ma'am, with the exception, once again, of the
Yes.
comment for item number 13.
Perfect. Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. And I will go ahead and take a motion on the consent calendar and a second, please.
This is
Motion to-
Councilmember Aguayo. I will go ahead and motion the approval of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second. Councilmember Court.
Go ahead, who is that?
That's Gian.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion by Aguayo, a second by Councilmember Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Cuellar Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we will move on to new business. We start off with our oral report, Unity in the Community Planning Efforts.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. In November 2016, the city partnered with Pastor Grady Jones of New Commandment Baptist Church in the pastor's effort to bring about a discussion on race. This was done in response to some police-involved shootings and other violent incidents on the national level. Pastor Jones, at the time, called this meeting, or discussion, for lack of a better term there, Unity in the Community, and held it there at his church. Now, fast forward to this year, on the heels of the horrific incident in Minneapolis, Minnesota, involving Mr. George Floyd and the civil unrest that followed, we reached out to Pastor Jones and asked if he would be willing to restart the Unity in the Community that he started back in 2016. Pastor Jones agreed to do this, and we once again offered to assist him in this effort. As part of this latest campaign, a community of residents was formed, and they developed a mission, values, and guiding principles in addition to well-thought-out discussion topics. I just want to point out that the city staff, including myself, remains an active, committed partner and liaison to the Unity and the Community effort. Joining us as partners in this venture is also Dr. Ruth Perez from the Paramount Unified School District and Captain David Springle from the Lakewood Station Sheriff's Department. The committee has met on a number of occasions now and would like to update the City Council on their progress. So I'd like to now introduce to you a Unity in the Community member, Mr. Tony Warfield, who will give you these details. Mr. Warfield?
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm very honored to be here, and let's get started. Making sure this thing works. just like Mr. Moreno said, they're in partnership with us, and we have, it's a little excited, this button. There we go. I got it there. One second, please. All right. So we have Pastor Jones, myself, Dr. Linda Timmons, and 3 high school students from Paramount, Janet, Guadalupe, and Damien. And we acknowledge the current state of affairs, race relations in our community, challenges with perception of law enforcement, equality and equity of our community as it relates to systemic racism, and we must acknowledge the existence of racism in our community. We recognize that as part of this community, we need to do our part to bring people together, keep Paramount attractive to younger generations, and we want to support our youth and model the spirit and behaviors that we want from them. We want to bring police closer to the community in a positive light. You know, we like barbecue, we want to make them more inclusive, but we want them to be more friendly and approachable. I want to focus on a few topics in this committee. General discussion on racism, that it exists, conversation on systemic racism, education of COVID-19 and public health as it relates to racial demographics, how we treat each other, black on black, brown on brown, and the inverse, police community relations, increasing positive experience with police. We want to support our youth, racism, racial tolerance in our youth community and schools, especially with school starting soon. We want to address the drug abuse and mental health issues. And we also want community values, solutions, and recommendations to improve community as a whole. We desire to enable voices in our community from all backgrounds to share their experiences and thoughts in a respectful manner. Come in and hear and listen, whether you agree or not. Through a series of community dialogue, we are committed to developing and implementing reasonable long-term solutions. We welcome open and honest discussion, new perspectives and all viewpoints that bring different ideas, views, beliefs that relate to improvement of our community. Respectful and open dialogue, solutions to current challenges, participation from community members with desire to be a part of the positive change, constructive criticism, opinions, and ideas that enhance our community, and respectful feedback, supportive and critical. We advocate support, partnership, and relationship with our law enforcement, our young people of all races and backgrounds. Black lives matter, frontline workers, our teachers, and our religious leaders. We respect each other's voices and opinions, critical and supportive, civil engagement and leaders, our law enforcement, the needs of our business community, and we appreciate the opinions of our civic leaders, teachers, law enforcement, seniors, our youth, and members of our community taking ownership in our community. Yet, we do not tolerate racism in all forms, black on white, black on brown, racial slurs or remarks of any form, hate speech, political grandstanding, personal attacks on anyone, individuals not adhering to the proposed agenda topics, heckling, profanity, swearing, or threatening remarks, derogatory remarks toward another person or their family, harassment of any kind, bullying and or disparaging comments of any individual, and discussions of personal individual issues or pet peeves. We denounce hate groups, abusive law enforcement officers, and those who support them, morally bankrupt leaders, anyone that to use this opportunity for unity as a platform to establish a negative arena or demean its purpose, anyone or group that is insincere and intent on sabotaging or undermining the credibility of leadership in any form for political or other gain. We strive to achieve unity in the community, as the name suggests. Our dialogue where everyone communicates respectfully, this builds trust and solidarity, getting a better understanding of race, law enforcement, and community relations. a safe environment for all residents. And as a father, that's a really big deal to me. I want workable solutions to voice concerns from everyone. When we know better, we do better. So I have a few dates for you, of course, tonight, this presentation. But on August 5th, the city will publish its first website, the Unity and Community webpage. On the 7th, the city will send out a postcard to all residents announcing the first Unity in the Community discussion with the email paramountcommunity@gmail.com. Address this and a website for residents to submit comments and questions. We will also begin our social media campaign to promote the very first meeting. On August 16th, the deadline for residents to submit comments, questions to the committee that will be discussed at the first community discussion. On the 17th, date of the next Unity and Community Planning meeting. And then, of course, on August 22nd, which is a Saturday, the first Unity and the Community discussion conversation about racism. So everyone will definitely be invited to that. And as the website is going to be promoted, or started tonight, it'll be available tomorrow. The website is going to be paramountcity.com/unity. With that, that completes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Mr. Moreno, at this time, I'm sure council members may have questions or comments to give to either yourself or Mr. Warfield.
Sure.
So I will open that up to council members. Anybody have questions or comments they would like to make?
This is Councilmember Aguayo. I just say that this is definitely, it is a step in the right direction. Those dates are great to see. Definitely, it's gonna start moving fast, and just really, I think individually we need to make sure that this is put out there to where they can, I actually did have a question earlier. It was, where should the residents go specifically if they have any questions? That was answered. So thank you for that. So I'm looking forward to just really this first step in the right direction. So again, thank you.
Any other comments?
This is Councilmember Claire Sully. I would just like to thank everyone that is involved in this committee. Thank you for all your hard work. I know it took a lot of time and effort into it, and I thank you. And this will be a great program, a great committee to continue moving forward. Thank you for your time.
And I do have a couple questions and comments, and Mr. Moreno or Mr. Warfield, you guys can answer them. But first question I have is, can you give us an idea of how this is going to work? Like what is going to be the setting? What are the logistics of this meeting?
This is Tony Warfield here. Honestly, that really depends on what the governor says about our COVID-19 situation. Initially, we were hoping to have a panel present here in City Hall or another forum to where we can invite people to come in and share their comments and their concerns. But right now, we're looking at this being more of a virtual meeting to where we'll invite the community to be able to participate on whatever media that we have available.
Okay, and then speaking to that, the other thing is, we know that sometimes, it's hard to get internet. There's not internet everywhere, but if we're gonna do this like via social media, will there also be a call-in number where people can listen and ask questions as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it will be. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, just to clarify too, it will be just to listen only. The committee, if Mr. Warfield wants to expand on this, the committee decided that it would be best just to accept emailed questions and comments that can be looked at a week prior to the actual discussion, and that's how they decided this will be handled.
That is correct. We want to make sure that we can address each email and each person that shares their comments clearly. A phone call could be, I guess you could say, a little chaotic, and we would want to make sure that we We support everyone's comments, but we want to make sure everything is clear so everyone that's listening in or participating will be able to get the best value from the discussion.
Perfect, thank you. Any other comments from council members at this time?
Madam Vice Mayor, this is John Moreno. If I could just say one last thing too.
Sure.
It will be live, shown live here in the council chambers, as Mr. Warfield had mentioned. But I just want to make sure that you are aware that it will be broadcast live so people can view it. And then we're also going to try to get Spectrum Cable TV to replay it on their community access channel that we do have access to as well.
Perfect. That's kind of like what I was looking for. Perfect. All right. Do we have any other comments on unity in the community planning efforts? If not, thank you, Mr. Warfield, for your presentation. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Olmos.
All right, you guys, we will move on to resolution number 20.026, the supporting all federal, state, and county legislation that would prevent evictions and foreclosures of residents of the city of Paramount resulting from COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor and council members, there's no doubt that the COVID pandemic has been a very, very challenging situation for everybody across the globe. None more challenging than folks who may have recently lost their job and may be facing eviction from or foreclosure on their homes. At the local level, we've been providing financial assistance to renters and mortgage holders, and this is currently ongoing, as I had mentioned earlier. Through legislation, our government partners on the federal, state, and county level have really made valiant attempts to prevent evictions and foreclosures from happening. As a result, we want to show our government partners that we support their efforts and also show the community of Paramount that we're in favor of any attempts to assist them. And with that, I will now turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Andrew Villalpando, who will handle the item. Andrew?
Thank you, John, and again, good evening, Vice Mayor Olmos and members of the City Council. As John mentioned, we want to really paint the picture for you and build and draw that nexus on just how exactly the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our community, our residents, and how we as a city are taking action to advocate for measures that will provide relief and assistance to our local residents. The COVID-19 pandemic, it's affected our health and economic situation, not just here in Paramount, but for people across the nation. Here in Paramount, like other communities, we're grappling with the immediate impact to our regional and local economy on a daily basis, particularly as it affects the personal income of our residents, their wallets. So as you can see in this first slide, as we move through the presentation, we chronicle some of the significant actions taken not only by the city, but the county and the state as rapid emergency response to the global pandemic. So in March 2020, as you know, both the county and the state issued a public health emergency in response to the pandemic. On March 13th, the county promptly issued their Safer at Home Health Officer Order. And then, of course, the city that day also declared a local emergency ratified by the City Council on March 17th. Then throughout March and April, the governor issued Executive Orders N28 and N71, which essentially enabled the local governments to halt evictions for renters impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. As I mentioned, all of this was in response to try to provide relief to the shuttering economy and our residents here in Paramount and across the state. To fully understand how the pandemic has impacted our residents, it's really important to understand our profile as a city. So as you know, we're a population of about 56,000. Within the city of Paramount, we have about 14,400 residential households. Of those households, 61% are renters. The next few slides, I'm going to go over the different housing assistance efforts provided at the different levels of government. So here you'll see at the federal level, they've passed H.R. 7301, otherwise known as the Emergency Housing Protections and Relief Act. This was passed by the U.S. House of Representatives and has since been received by the Senate. it would prevent essentially evictions, foreclosures, and unsafe housing conditions resulting from COVID-19 and for other related purposes. At the state level, the legislature has passed the Tenant Protection Act, otherwise known as AB 1482. This occurred in late 2019, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. And what this did was provide a cap on rent for residential properties. Then, as the first slide provided the chronology, COVID came around, the pandemic started early this year, and significant action started to be taken by the state in March. At that time, the legislature, in response to the COVID-19 social distancing requirements, essentially started staggering, and then at some point just went on recess for their legislative meetings and sessions. So during that time when they were off, the California Judicial Council, or essentially the policymaking body for the California courts, stepped in to take some emergency actions and implemented Rules 1 and 2, which issued 11 temporary emergency measures, effectively instilling a moratorium on all evictions and judicial foreclosure cases. As you've probably read throughout the papers, those Rules 1 and 2 issued by the California Judicial Council are coming to an end only because the California legislature has resumed session so that they can go ahead and start taking action at that level. Now, at the Los Angeles County level, which is probably the most pertinent slide in this presentation because of how directly it impacts our Paramount residents. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors adopted in April 2020, retroactive to March 4th, a countywide eviction moratorium. This applies to all cities and unincorporated areas within the county unless the city has an active eviction ordinance currently in place. Just recently, on the 21st of July, they extended this moratorium through September 30th. The moratorium includes a ban on evictions for non-payment of rent if the tenant can show that they have been financially impacted by COVID-19. It includes a ban for no-fault reasons, such as any Alice Act evictions or any owner or relative move-in scenarios. And it also includes a ban on violations due to additional occupants, pets, or nuisance-related COVID-19 cases. Now, I just want to make quick mention, and it's important to mention this because there seems to be, there is generally some confusion out there, especially as we hear different incidents of protests going on. If you've tuned into the LA Times over the weekend, you might have came across an article where protesters approached Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's home, demanding changes to housing. The reason that might be confusing is because, as I've just mentioned in this presentation, all cities within the county are currently covered on the eviction moratorium. Well, that particular case, those protesters, as the Times article indicated, are seeking a bit of a different route than just a simple eviction moratorium. They're actually calling for cancellation of all rents, so essentially a blanket ban on all evictions, not just COVID-related. They're also demanding complete rent and mortgage forgiveness, so not deferment. Later on in the article, it speaks to a memo issued by the Los Angeles City Attorneys, which is the same message that we've expressed in the past when we've had similar calls for that sort of action, which is essentially those actions violate law and could cost the city billions in compensation to landlords and financial institutions, as mortgages and loans on those tickets are actually controlled by the federal government. So now, as we get into what the city of Paramount has done and the actions we've taken to advocate and promote for assistance and relief to our Paramount residents. In 2019, we implemented a rental assistance program to prevent homelessness. This was primarily using Measure H dollars that were coming in from the county. Since then, we've successfully issued over 35 vouchers to residents totaling about $139,000. In the COVID era, using dollars that we receive, relief dollars that we received from both the state and the federal government, we've instituted a rental and mortgage relief grant program, as we've promoted in recent weeks. So far, we've received 67 applications for rental relief and made 51 grants available to local renters. These grants are for up to $1,000 per month for up to 2 months, so $2,000 total. In addition, we've written a variety of different letters of support for legislation that are intended to provide relief to keep Paramount residents housed. As you can imagine, in these disconcerting and challenging times, the city recognizes the significance of being a part of the solution, and we realize the importance that we need to all take to try to assist local Paramount families stay housed. So just through these letters of support here, this is just a small snippet of the different advocacy that we've issued. Just this past week or last week, we additionally sent a letter to our federal legislators, including Congresswoman Roy Bell Allard, as well as Senators Kamala Harris and Dianne Feinstein, seeking additional stimulus funding to enable out-of-work tenants and homeowners to continue paying their rent and mortgages. So to formalize and further cement our position in support for much needed assistance for Paramount residents, it is recommended that the City Council read by title only and adopt resolution number 20026, supporting county, state, and federal ordinances and legislation that are designed to protect Paramount tenants and homeowners during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's further recommended that the City Council direct the City Manager to transmit a copy of the adopted resolution to the county, state, and federal elected officials who represent the City of Paramount. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have any comments, questions from council? All right, I take that silence as a no. And Andrew, I actually do have a comment. So this is a lot of information. So I know there was efforts that you guys were actually putting some educational series together for the residents. Where are we with that? Is that coming along, or can you give us an update on that?
Yes, that's a very good question, Madam Vice Mayor. So yes, we have pushed out some messages on our social media and our website. We've made on our website the information more prominent as on our homepage, so it's not hidden away in our COVID-19 resources. But essentially what we want to do is, even today, staff, we continuously get information from all of our partners, from Celico, from SBDC, from all the different legislators on all the different relief packages and grant dollars made available, not just for cities, or not just for businesses, but for renters and mortgage holders. So as staff, certainly there's a lot of information that we find challenging to try to package up, but certainly in recent days and recent weeks, we've put information out on our social media that tries to best summarize all the different resources, both for renters and homeowners, that they can seek out. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to put messages out on our social media, which tend to have the highest reach, as well as our city website.
Perfect. Thank you. So can I get a motion and a second on this, please?
This is Councilmember Quer Stallings. I motion to move the item.
Councilmember Aguayo, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Stallings and a second by Aguayo. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes. All right, we will move on to street racing ordinances.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. Recently, you're aware, some of our city streets have been plagued and in some cases actually taken over by individuals who are either street racing or taking over an intersection to perform car stunts that are often very, very dangerous. City council members and staff have received numerous complaints about these stunts. Our sheriff's our sheriff's deputies do what they can to try and stop these, but have really told us that it's very difficult due to the nature of these incidents. These incidents are well orchestrated by the participants. They can be volatile at times, which requires responding deputies to wait for backup. And they occur extremely quickly, sometimes within 2 to 3 minutes. Additionally, it can cost us up to $6,500 of taxpayer money to remove the skid marks at each intersection. So to help combat this dangerous and expensive problem, our city attorney has developed 2 regulatory ordinances. The first ordinance would establish local laws that allow deputies to seize the vehicle of a caught street racer and allow that vehicle to be forfeited. The second ordinance would allow deputies to cite spectators of speed exhibitions and charge them with a misdemeanor. Mr. Kavanaugh has worked very, very closely with our Deputy DA, Ms. Kelly Tapman, on both of these ordinances. And with that, I will turn it over to our City Attorney, Mr. John Kavanaugh, who will handle the item. Mr. Kavanaugh?
Thank you, John. Vice Mayor Olmos and members of the City Council, as you know, at the July meeting, the City Council had indicated a concern regarding these speed contests that are in the city. Basically, these are illegal motor vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed, which create an environment where persons engage in automobile performance, demonstrations, and other activities known as sideshow activity, which is described as dangerous driving behavior for their entertainment of participants and spectators, including spinning donuts where vehicles are spun in circles and peeling out while in street intersections. These illegal speed contests and exhibitions of speed, These illegal speed contests and exhibitions of speed not only block the intersections to oncoming traffic, but also damage the city's intersections and street, as John had indicated. Consequently, there is an expenditure of public funds which is necessary to repair those damaged streets and intersections. I think we've all seen those streets and intersections throughout the city, and they're quite destructive. These motor vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed constitute a nuisance. They create a potential hazard to the health and safety of Paramount residents and interfere with pedestrian and vehicular traffic within the city. I'm pretty sure that most of you have seen some of the videos that maybe the city manager has shared with you regarding some of these takeovers, as they call them, on intersections within the city, and just the dangerous environment that they create. These vehicles, typically what they do is they take over an intersection, and one or more vehicles basically travel around in a circle around the intersection, encompassing the entire intersection, doing donuts. And then this goes on for a period of time. They're encouraged by the spectators around them. There's a lot of people that are very, very close to the speeding cars going on there. Then, of course, by the time the sheriff's department is able to arrive on the scene, there's a mass exodus by the street racers as well as the spectators, and what's left is some destruction in the street. Now, in the council meeting that we had talked about some of the options, our office did advise the city council that there is California Vehicle Code sections under 23109A and 23109C that already make street racing and exhibitions of speed illegal. However, as we indicated, there is a frustration among local agencies and law enforcement that the remedies contained in these state statutes do not go far enough to deter the desire of the racers to continue this hazardous activity. As a result of that, the city council did direct the city attorney's office to come up with some remedies, some measures in order to deal and address this problem. On June 17th, 2020, a task force meeting was held in which my office, the city attorney's office, the deputy district attorney, Kelly Tatman, and members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who is headed by Sergeant Sanchez of their street racing task force. In that meeting, we all discussed recommended responses to implement a more aggressive regulatory ordinance, which would not only just impound a vehicle used in violation of Vehicle Code Section 23109 and A and C, but also to seek a court order to confiscate the vehicle. The task force collectively believed that there should be more accountability also to those spectators who are present at these speed events. As a result of the meetings that we've had, we came up with two ordinances. The first ordinance here, as John indicated, is ordinance number 1134. This ordinance before the council is a comprehensive regulatory ordinance which both declares a vehicle which is used in violation of Vehicle Code Section 23109A or 23109C, which is the speed racing contest and exhibition of speed, declares them as a nuisance and establishes a legal procedure of forfeiture of that vehicle engaged in the speed contests and or exhibitions of speed. However, because this proposed measure involves the potential taking of property, that is the vehicle, careful considerations had to be taken to ensure there is adequate procedural due process under the law before we can be successful before the court. So what we have come up with and what's before you is a number of procedures that go about to implement this particular process. Now, one thing that I want to emphasize to the council is that this ordinance and the procedures and the remedy that is discussed here doesn't replace the existing state law provision. So in other words, there is a parallel criminal law procedure for these type of contests, and then there's the civil parallel path that we're doing right now. So it doesn't take away from the criminal aspect of the vehicle code, but what it does, it provides the city with another tool for a civil forfeiture procedure. And that way it gives law enforcement and the city enough tools in our toolbox to try to address this chronic problem that not only exists in the city of Paramount, but in all cities in Southern California. Let me give you a summary of how this ordinance works. Number one, if a motor vehicle is caught in violation of either one of these vehicle code sections, that vehicle will be declared a nuisance, seized and impounded, and may be subject to forfeiture proceedings. What this provision states is that the purpose and objective of this ordinance is not against the individual driver. It is against the vehicle. So what we're trying to do is, if that vehicle is identified as being involved in both a speed contest and or an exhibition of speed, it will be declared a nuisance, and that's where our procedure goes from there. The individual driver or people involved may be subject to criminal action under the vehicle code, but this, again, is a parallel course. After that is done, and also it doesn't mean that the vehicle can be seized at that time, because we may not know at that particular time that the vehicle was used for that street racing or intersection takeover. It is when we do some investigation and then find that that vehicle was used, then that vehicle will be seized and impounded. After that seizure has taken place, an immediate investigation by the Public Safety Department will be conducted to ascertain who the registered owner is, who the legal owner is, or other party with an interest in the vehicle from the Department of Motor Vehicles. This will enable us to ascertain who actually is both the legal owner and the registered owner, because the two may be different. After identifying the potential claimants discovered as a result of the investigation with the DMV, the Public Safety Department will notify those parties, and we will afford them a due process post-seizure hearing with an independent hearing officer to determine the validity of the seizure in the vehicle. Now, what that means is that under procedural due process, when we seize that vehicle, as with any property, we have to at least provide a post-seizure hearing with those interested parties who own the vehicle. That way, it gives those interested parties the opportunity in front of an independent hearing officer to determine whether or not the seizure of the vehicle was valid. If that time that the hearing is determined and the hearing officer does determine that the vehicle seized was not in violation of either one of the vehicle code violations, the city will release the vehicle and all impound charges will be paid by the city. So if it's determined that the vehicle was incorrectly seized, it will be released and the city will pay the impound charges. However, if the hearing officer determines that the seizure was legally valid, our office, the city attorney's office, will determine that the factual circumstances warrant forfeiture of the vehicle, and then we serve a notice of intended forfeiture to the identified claimants within 30 days of the seizure. At that time, any person claiming an interest in the vehicle then must file a claim opposing forfeiture with the Superior Court with a copy to the city attorney's office within certain specified times. This is another hearing aspect of the process to ensure that the city just doesn't take the vehicle, but also provides an opportunity for those claimants to file an objection in the event that we determine we want to go through the forfeiture process. If the no claims are filed as required under the ordinance, the city attorney's office, we can prepare what is known as an administrative forfeiture through a declaration of forfeiture, and at that time, the vehicle becomes the property of the city. However, in the event that such a claim opposing forfeiture is filed, a judicial forfeiture proceeding will be held in the Los Angeles Superior Court, where the court will determine whether a seized vehicle was in violations of the state's prohibition of street racing contests or an exhibition of speed. Should a court rule the vehicle was used in violation of those state laws, the court will declare the vehicle a nuisance and order that the vehicle be forfeited, that is, sold at auction, and the proceeds distributed in accordance with the city's ordinance that I'll go into a little bit later. It's important to note that our office is not required to institute forfeiture proceedings. Rather, our office determines that the factual circumstances warrant forfeiture of the vehicle. So in other words, once we see that a vehicle was seized, we make a determination through the investigation that is done through the LA County Sheriff's Department to determine whether or not we should proceed with forfeiture. If we determine that forfeiture is not a remedy we want to pursue, then the vehicle is treated under the vehicle code in the same process and is returned to the individuals or lien holders. If we determine that there is, we will then proceed with the forfeiture. Now, once either an administrative forfeiture is filed by our office, or in the event a court determines that the vehicle will be forfeited, the vehicle will be disposed in the following priority. The first is to make sure that the proceeds of the vehicle sale satisfy the towing, storage, administrative costs following the impoundment, the cost of providing the notice, the cost of sale, and the unfunded costs of judicial proceedings, if any of them are. Secondly, after that, to the extent there's money left over, it will be paid to the city for all legal expenditures made or incurred by the city attorney's office in connection with the enforcement of the ordinance, including but not limited to costs for investigation, litigation, and notices resulting from enforcement of that ordinance. After that, all proceeds will be given to the city for local law enforcement for all expenditures other than personnel costs made or incurred in connection with enforcement of the ordinance, including but not limited to costs for equipment, investigation, and supplies related to the enforcement. After that, monies will go to the city for all expenditures incurred by the Public Works Department for the necessary repairs to any public streets or intersections damaged as a result of the illegal street racing contests or exhibitions of speed. To the extent that there's any money left over from the sale, and upon satisfactory proof to the Director of Public Safety, to the legal owner in an amount to satisfy the indebtedness owed to the legal owner remaining as of the date of the sale, excluding any accrued interest or finance charges and delinquency charges, providing that the principal indebtedness was incurred prior to the date of impoundment. After that, to the holder of any subordinate lien or encumbrance on the vehicle other than a registered or legal owner to satisfy any indebtedness so secured, if written notification of demand is received before distribution of the proceeds is completed and there is verification of such a legal interest. After that, to any other person other than a registered or legal owner who can reasonably establish an interest in the vehicle, including a community property interest to the extent of his or her provable interest, if written notification is received before distribution of the proceeds is completed. And finally, anything left over on 100% of the proceeds then gets transferred to the city via the finance director. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that every one of these proceed steps is going to occur. What we've laid out, though, is all the possible scenarios where someone might be in interest. But as you can see, the priority of this money is going to go to the city because we want 100% cost recovery when we institute a forfeiture proceeding in court. As the city manager indicated, we have to make sure that we're made whole from the damage to the streets that were done. We have to be made whole from all staff costs, all court costs in going with these proceedings so that this money is not taken from the general fund. Finally, what we want to make sure is that when the sale of this vehicle occurs, we do not want to make sure that the vehicle is sold to the very person who violated state law at the time when the vehicle was seized. Therefore, such an auction of the forfeited vehicle cannot be sold to that person or any person identified. So as a result of all this, it's recommended that the City Council read by title only and introduce ordinance number 1134, adding Article 11 to Chapter 29 of the Paramount Municipal Code, establishing the forfeiture of nuisance vehicles engaged in motor vehicle speed contests or exhibition of speed, and place it on the next agenda for adoption. Before I do conclude, Vice Mayor, I need to make some changes in the ordinance. And this was in consultation with the Deputy District Attorney, who is here. And I do want to make a shout out to both the Deputy District Attorney, Kelly Tatman, and also to Sergeant Sanchez of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Both individuals were crucial in assisting me in developing this comprehensive ordinance. As you can see, it took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and we had to make sure that not only could law enforcement being able to enforce this on their end, but also become legally defensible. This is also important because the city of Paramount has always been successful in working with other local agencies in successfully achieving joint ventures. We do that with our school district, we do that with our county and other local agencies. This ordinance is an example. This ordinance will not be successful and could not be successful without the collective cooperation and coordination by the city attorney's office, the district attorney's office, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the public safety department of the city of Paramount. So this is a collective effort that everybody's going to play a role in. Now, before I do end, I do want to make a couple changes. As I said, we had some discussions after the ordinance was drafted, and Deputy District Attorney Kelly Tatman, who is here for questions, assisted me when making a couple changes. If you look on page 4 of the ordinance, I would direct you to section 29-51. 29-51, subparagraph C, 4 lines from the bottom of that paragraph, it will show that it says the public safety director shall within 3 days of the vehicle seizure send a notice of seizure. Vice Mayor, that should say 2 days. That was my error, but it should say 2 days of the vehicle seizure. So we have a very short period of time to find out who is a registered and legal owner. In subsection D, just below that, about 6 lines up, it'll say that the post-seizure hearing shall be conducted within 3 days of the request. That should be 2 days before the request. Again, we have to afford a very expedited post-seizure hearing so that the property can be evaluated and assessed by an independent hearing officer before we can hold it any longer. The next change is on page 9, and section 2964 is where we talk about the distribution of sale proceeds. Subparagraph 3 talks about to the city for local law enforcement. It's been brought to my attention that even though we're not going to be able to collect for the personnel costs for law enforcement, there's probably going to be considerable overtime costs made by the Sheriff's Department, and not only the seizure of the vehicle, because it could be at nighttime, but also in the actual investigative process of it. So there's going to be overtime costs. We want to be able to collect those overtime costs as well. So we would also amend that section to include overtime costs. Those are the only other changes that we would like to make. So should the council approve this, we would ask that you approve it with those changes. That concludes my presentation. And also, as I said, Deputy District Attorney Kelly Tatman is here to answer any other questions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. That was very thorough. Yes, this ordinance has a lot of pages, and I'm sure you guys put a lot of long, hard hours into getting this done. I do have questions, but I want to check with my fellow council members if they would like to address you guys with comments or questions at this time.
I have a couple questions. This is Council Member Guillen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I had a couple questions. The first one being, if council were to approve this at the next council meeting, when would this go into effect?
That would go, thank you, Councilmember Guillen. That would go into effect, you would have a second reading at the council meeting, and it would go into effect 30 days after that meeting.
So my follow-up question to that would be, what kind of education are you going to put out to the community to make them aware of this? Because these could have some very devastating effects, especially if you have an elderly couple or an older parent that the kids use the vehicle I mean, I'm all about saving lives for sure, but I want to make sure that we are giving everybody ample time to understand what the ramifications of this ordinance could be.
Yes, Councilmember Guillen, this is John Moreno. As far as the communication goes, yes, we do plan to have an extensive communications effort to get the word out, particularly because we also want to let outsiders know, who are primarily the ones that have come into Paramount to do their stunts in the intersections, that you could have your car taken away from you for good. That sends a strong message to the outside world that we don't want you coming in and doing this kind of stuff in our town. Now, as far as as well as letting everybody know too that if you do have a kid that does go out and race, that you should be aware of this. Now, as far as that is concerned, I'd like for Mr. Kavanaugh to address that, Councilmember Guillen, because he does want to point out some things about the ordinance, the intent as well. So, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes, thank you, John. Councilmember Guillen, you bring up a very good point, that is something that we discussed in our task force meetings, because it's really important, and we understand this is a very serious remedy, and it's not such that we take lightly. It's also been the council's policy never to be really heavy-handed in our processes, either in code enforcement or in these type of matters. So your point is well taken. What we have done in the ordinance, I've tried to do, is a couple things. One, if there is a situation where the car is involved in these violations, it happens to be owned by an elderly couple, happens to be owned by a couple that needs the car to drive to work, and this individual will participate in the street race, not to any fault of any individuals, we have a provision in the ordinance that allows them to come forward and basically state, hey, look, this vehicle is the only vehicle available to the registered owner's immediate family that may be operated. And what we will do, we will release that vehicle to the registered owner. But what we will do is we want to make sure that that vehicle is not going to be used again, because the purpose of the ordinance, again, is to target the vehicle, not the individuals. That's through the vehicle code. So what we would do is that we would release the vehicle. We would require that the impoundment charges be paid before we release them, because if it's found that the vehicle was in violation of it, we're not going to pay those impoundment charges, but we will release it to the individual or family member that needs it, but we're going to require them to sign what we call a stipulated vehicle release agreement. And basically what this agreement is basically saying that we're going to give back this vehicle to you. However, if that vehicle is used again in a speed racing or exhibition of speed event, we will forfeit that vehicle administratively. And that agreement would be in effect for 5 years. So basically, it gives them the opportunity to take the vehicle, but also it stresses on them that this vehicle cannot be used to violate the ordinance again. Secondly, the other fail-safe that we do have, council member, is that there's always going to be situations in equity that require us to look at the totality of the circumstances. And one of the things, again, is the city attorney's office is going to be the one that determines whether forfeiture proceedings are going to proceed forward. It doesn't mean that it's mandatory, that it'll automatically be that way. So before we even file that, we're going to be looking at the circumstances and talking with the parties involved to determine whether or not we should go forward. Now, one of the things we do, again, is that if we have a situation that you're talking about where we have an innocent party that needs the car, we're certainly going to work with that individual and enter into one of these stipulated agreements so that the person gets the car, the vehicle that's necessary for drive, but at the same time, we want to make sure that it's not used again for these speed contests. So I'm hoping that that helps you to see that we are taking measures to look at this not only objectively, but equitably.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. I want to make sure, and you explained it very well, I want to make sure that there's proper due process. But most importantly, and clearly there is, based on what you said, my only concern is, you know, we have a community that fears the court process. And so I want to make sure that in our language that we put forward, that this has nothing to do with immigration status. This is simply about property that could be seized and not persons that could be seized. You know, like say you have a registered owner and they're afraid to go through the due process because maybe they're not legal. So I want to make sure that it's emphasized that this has nothing to do with their person. It has to do with their property. So I want to make sure that's clear. And then part of the due process, I want to make sure that we do a outstanding educational campaign to where everybody knows, like we've crossed every avenue. We put out an article in the newspaper, we put out banners that Paramount is not going to allow the street racing, and so that everybody is knowledgeable about what could occur. And I almost think 30 days isn't enough. I mean, you know, I know a lot of people call in and they're upset about the street racing, and I know it's aggravating. I hear it, I see it. It is aggravating. I just want to make sure that we're taking our community into account as well and getting the word out before we start implementing this. What do you think about more than 30 days, like at least a 60-day campaign?
Sure, that's Councilmember Guillen, this is John Moreno once again. Absolutely, we could start the campaign if that's the council's wish, and run that for 30 to 60 days, put it in the Around Town newsletter, like you said, the print media, as well as our electronic media. And again, we're very interested in doing that because it does send a preventative word out to outsiders, hopefully, that we're not going to tolerate this. So, yeah.
And that way they know there's consequences if they come into our city to do that. You know, we have the resources available to handle it, but I just want to make sure that everybody's educated on it.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I have a question on that. I'm sorry, Lori, go ahead.
So then my second question, because that was a follow-up on my first question, my second question was, are there any other cities that have implemented anything like we're planning to do?
Yes, Councilmember Guillen, this is City Attorney John Cavanaugh again. Yes, a number of cities have done that. I would say probably about a dozen throughout California, and many of the counties have implemented some form of it. Now, what's interesting is that, you know, this whole issue of street racing has really took off, and I don't want to put the blame on any particular movie franchise, but Fast and Furious certainly, excuse my pun, fueled the interest of street racing for that franchise, and that was a while ago. And so I think what happened is that there was such an increase in this type of racing as a result of it that cities started to take notice. Damages were done to the streets, and they all kind of took some form of this type of ordinance. It's not as comprehensive as the one here, and also it doesn't have necessarily the safeguards that we're proposing, but because we are the city of Paramount, and because you as a city council have basically required that safeguards be put in and that due process ensured, this ordinance is really tailored to the city of Paramount. But the answer to the question, yes, other cities have done this in response to the this epidemic, if you want to call it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kavanaugh, this is Vice Mayor Olmos. Okay, a couple questions here. So let's talk about the timeline and effective dates. So this still has to go for adoption in September, correct?
Yes, in your meeting, your second meeting in August, you'll have a second reading, and then 30 days from the second meeting in August, in September, it will become effective.
So, and Councilmember Guillen is asking that we do a 60-day education or a 60-day effective date.
Well, here's what I would recommend. I think we should, well, actually, Vice Mayor, you have an option. If you want, we can have this ordinance effective 60 days rather than the 30 days, or you can just leave it the way it is, and that we would not take any action on this until the 60 days for the campaign to ensure. So it's up to you.
Because, I mean, I'm all about what Councilmember Guillen saying about the education, because we do got to get the education out there before we implement an ordinance like this. So I guess I just need to visually kind of see what a timeline would look like in a sense of, like, we adopt it, when is the campaign happening, and when does it become effective?
Yeah, now, Vice Mayor, the only concern I have is that I wouldn't want, we've had a number of these incidents occurring, and they seem to be escalating at times. I just would be apprehensive about holding off, because we could do the campaign, but if in that 30 extra days we have a street race or a takeover and something happens that, God forbid, that there's an injury or death or something, I certainly would like to have the ability to go after that vehicle that is used in the event rather than waiting another 30 days.
Oh,
Vice Mayor?
absolutely. No, I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I'm agreeing with you. I was just trying to figure out, because, again, I was looking at the timeline.
Hey, Vice
when
Mayor,
we adopt it, when the campaign happens, and when it becomes effective. That's all.
Hey, Vice Mayor, this is John Moreno. If I may, if I may propose to the council and get your feedback on this, as Mr. Kavanaugh indicated, the second reading could occur on August the 18th, and then it would take effect 30 days after, which will take it to September 18th, is when it would actually go into effect. After your action of August the 18th, we can then launch into a public information campaign that week, pretty much the day after, in preparation. And we can go for 45 days, say, for instance, up until the end of September, and initiate it at October 1st. That's what I'm kind of thinking off the top of my head, and wanted to get the council's feedback on something like that.
So you're saying effective October 1st, more or less?
We would initiate it October 1st. Yeah. It would become effective September 18th.
Correct.
But the deputies would use that on October 1st as a tool. Just a proposal, we could, if the council wants to go earlier, we can start it September 19th. So.
Okay.
John, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
This is Councilmember Gann. I guess I don't have any major opposition to that, as long as we've gotten out a mailer. We do all the things that when we don't want to notify a city of something, all the things that we do. I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence and getting everybody notified beyond Instagram and Facebook and city, Wi-Fi posts. I want to make sure that we're getting a mailer, a banner, we're putting information out that everybody has had the opportunity to know what we have coming.
Sure. Okay.
So if you think you could do it in 45 days,
sure, we could phase it in.
I'd be fine.
Yeah, okay. Definitely electronic media, we could start right away. We could publish postcards, mailers, whatever, whatever it is. We could start that the beginning of September. kind of have like a phased-in campaign that goes up until the end of September. Do a banner in the boulevard that would go up, say early to mid September. Sure, those are all things we could definitely do.
Perfect.
Okay. John Kavanaugh, your team did an outstanding job putting this together. You did it pretty fast for as intensive as it is. So thank you.
Thank you. And again, I do want to shout out to our Deputy District Attorney, Kelly Tapman, who's here, and also Sergeant Sanchez, who's not here right now because I guess he's home.
He's at the hospital or at the home expecting a child. So.
Congratulations. But I had two more questions, you guys. I wasn't done yet. Really quickly, Mr. Kavanaugh, on the summary provisions, number 1, it says if a motor vehicle is caught by who? Would it be the police, or would it be somebody who basically maybe just saw them and took a picture with camera?
It would be by the police.
Okay. So that's by police. And my other question was back to kind of what Councilmember Guillen was talking about versus property or person. So if the person has a expired license or tag, let's say expired license, what happens at that point?
If the vehicle has an expired license or tag and it is caught in violation of the ordinance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the driver has a expired license.
I see. I'm sorry. I understand what you're...
Sure.
Well, and that's a good question. And again, I think and Deputy DA Tapman can maybe help me with that. But under the ordinance, we're going to focus on the vehicle. Now, that does not preclude any type of enforcement against the individual who may have an expired license. So, again, we're proceeding on parallel tracks, if you will. So it's not one or the other. If the driver is involved and has expired license or has, some matter where they can drive, that will be dealt with separately, and then the vehicle would be dealt with separately.
Understood.
And for clarification, Vice Mayor, almost what I was talking about is if the vehicle isn't registered to the person driving and committing the violations, like let's say it's the parent,
sure,
that the parents understand that this is about property seizure. I don't want them to be afraid to utilize their due processing, trying to obtain their vehicle back. I don't want them to be afraid to go through the channels because they're afraid that maybe they're not here legal. I wasn't talking about the driver or the individual violating the law.
No, understood.
I'm talking about the registered owner
Absolutely.
who may not be the same. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was just curious about that, because I think that is too, the perception is if somebody gets pulled over for street racing and they end up, taking the person to jail for not having, I just don't want the residents to be like, oh, they're taking people in. I want them to understand that they're going through a due diligence process, not just with the vehicle, but with the driver as well.
Vice Mayor, almost if I may, this is John Moreno. We do have a Sergeant Fitzgerald here in the council chambers with us tonight, who could also address the concern about somebody not having a driver's license or driving with an expired license. So,
good evening, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Fitzgerald. On something like that, more than likely the deputies would cite the driver and release them, like we would every day. We would not allow them to drive. We would impound the car, but they would be free to go with the citation.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to understand that a little bit better.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor,
my last,
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, almost, this is a city attorney again. The questions that you're all asking are very, very good. And I just want to underscore again, what we're trying to do here, the objective of this ordinance is targeted to the vehicle, not to the individual or any particular family member or owner or registered owner. All we're interested is if that vehicle is used in violation of the speed ordinance or exhibition of speed, that's what we're going to target. What happens to the individual drivers is done separately, so they're not really part and parcel of one another. If the driver's involved, as the sergeant said, that can be They could be just cited for that and then released. But we can still go forward with the forfeiture of the ordinance if we feel that it's necessary to do, or we don't have to.
Understood. Thank you. Do we have any more comments or questions from council members at this time?
This is Councilmember Aguayo, and I know that we talked about, where it says if the motor vehicle is caught, that, the first point on there, how it's by police. But I don't know if there's maybe anything that can be done or something with some of the footage or pictures that some of the residents that are in the areas where that's happening, or people that are being caught in these street takeovers, if there's any way that they can be utilized. Because I know, that in fact, actually my husband was caught in one of these, and, he was saying how it was, he didn't comprehend how this was happening and how it took so long for patrols to show up. So, I kind of, explained it to him, but we've seen pictures of residents that are in those areas that get caught in them, So I was just wondering if there's anything that maybe, we can do with that to help with this issue.
That's an excellent question, Councilmember Aguayo. I'm looking at Mr. Kavanaugh and DA Kelly Tatman and possibly Sergeant Fitzgerald for an answer that. So who wants to take this one?
Yeah, I can take that.
Okay.
Councilmember, you bring up a good point. Now, there's a couple things that we need to be careful with, and that goes into the second ordinance we're talking about. I understand that there may be people who want to help that are going to be present at these events for purpose of trying to help, but there's pros and cons of that, and I don't necessarily want to encourage that for a couple of reasons. Number one, any footage that is taken by an individual, keep in mind, for me to be successful in the event I have to go to court, I need to convince the judge almost to the point of, it's not a criminal matter beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's got to be very strong persuasion that the vehicle was used in the event. Using third-party video, it may not be what is known as the best evidence to do that. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that it wouldn't. But secondly, having somebody there, in your next ordinance, what we're trying to do is discourage spectators from being there, because we have found that people present at these events kind of contributes to the frenzy, if you will. And having individuals there may create what the district attorney and I were talking about earlier, is a person who may have been there as an aid or a better, or who is actively watching this event, will use that maybe as a defense of saying, hey, I was trying to help. And that may be a defense to them being cited for being a spectator, because they'll have a phone and say, all I was trying to do was trying to find out who the vehicle was, so please don't cite me. I don't want to create a defense either, but I think based on those two, that may not be sufficient if I want to go forward with a forfeiture proceeding. We want to try to discourage that as much as possible.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Does that make sense? I understand what you're saying, and I can understand that, but we want to discourage that.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Do we have any more questions or comments from council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Before a motion is made, Vice Mayor Olmos, I just want to get clarification on the public relations, the communications timeline, so that I had presented, if that's the direction that the majority of the council wants to go with, or do you want to make it effective September the 19th, the day after? And again, the ordinance is in effect on the 18th of September. So if, in fact, an incident does occur the following weekend, the tool is there. It's not like we have to wait to implement it on October 1st. The tool is there for law enforcement to actually use. So, but if it's the council's pleasure, we can hold back on using it, if you will, October the 1st, whatever it be. So.
Yeah, I think going back to what Councilmember Guillen said, I think if you can actually get the campaign out and an effective campaign, you know, I'm okay with it being on September 18th, if other council want to address that.
No, I concur. I think that sounds reasonable.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with Councilmember Queer.
I agree as well.
Okay, so we will
Okay,
definitely
John.
start, and then the Sheriff's Department will have that tool. So I turn it back to you, Vice Mayor, for a vote.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for this, please?
This is Councilmember Guillen. I move the motion forward with the campaign as stated. Ordinance 1135.
1134. Can I get a second?
34.
It's 34.
Councilmember Queer Stallings, I second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Guillen and a second by Cuellar Stallings to read by title only, waive further reading, to introduce ordinance 1134 and place it on the next regular agenda for adoption. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuellar Stallings.
Yes.
Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Now we move on to ordinance 1135.
Mr. Kavanaugh?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, also just for the record, the vote to adopt 1134 included the changes that I made reference to earlier, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Next, part 2 of our street racing package is ordinance number 1135. This ordinance is designed to prohibit spectators at illegal motor vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed. As we've indicated earlier, streets, highways, and street intersections within the city of Paramount have been the site of continuing and escalating illegal street racing and exhibitions of speed over the past several years, and are commonly referred to as the street racing intersection takeovers. These street racers accelerate to extremely high speeds without regard to oncoming traffic, pedestrians, or vehicles parked and moving nearby. The racers move quickly from street to street, intersection to intersection, racing for several heats, and then often move onto another street or intersection upon the arrival of a police unit. These illegal motor vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed attract hundreds of juveniles and adults from all areas of Southern California on a regular basis to either participate or to be a spectator at these events. The mere presence of spectators at illegal motor vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed serves to exacerbate the occurrence of illegal vehicle speed contests and the exhibitions of speed. Consequently, it creates an environment for these illegal activities, as well as other illegal activities that place the safety and welfare of the public, as well as the spectators themselves, at risk. As you probably, again, seen many of the videos on these street takeovers, you'll notice that there's a large crowd that is encircling the intersections. Some members of the audience, if you will, or spectators, come dangerously close to the speeding vehicle with phones and taking pictures, and it's just a matter of time before a vehicle like that may spin out of control, because they are spinning donuts around. And if there's just a small deviation on the way they're going around the intersection, such a vehicle can easily slide into the crowd and cause injury. As we said before, on June 17th, our office, along with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the Deputy District Attorney's Office, we implemented a strategy that involves several different responses. Again, one of the responses which the task force recommended was to implement a regulatory ordinance that would discourage spectators at these events, which would then hopefully discourage the street racers from engaging in illegal street racing and exhibitions of speed in the city. The proposed ordinance before the City Council is a comprehensive regulatory ordinance which has as its objective to discourage the presence of spectators at these illegal vehicle speed contests and exhibitions of speed in the city. The proposed ordinance targets a very clear, limited population and gives proper notice to citizens as to what activities are lawful and what activities are unlawful. In discouraging these spectators, it's the hope that the act of organizing and participating in illegal street races will be discouraged. As with ordinance number 34, I'd like to go into just a summary of the provisions that we've articulated. And one of them is any individual who is knowingly present as a spectator, either on a public street or highway or on private property that's open to the general public without the consent of the owner, operator, or agent, and an illegal motor vehicle speed contest or exhibition of speed is guilty of a misdemeanor. Any individual who is knowingly present as a spectator, either on a public street or highway or on a private property open to the general public without the consent of the owner, operator, or agent, where preparations are being made for an illegal motor vehicle speed contest or exhibition of speed, is guilty of a misdemeanor. This provision basically is someone who aids or abets in the actual event rather than just a spectator. The third is the city attorney, the city prosecutor, or the district attorney shall have the authority to prosecute any violation of the ordinance as an infraction in the interests of justice. We are proposing to change that, and in the interest of efficiency, possibly, instead of an infraction, we would like to utilize our administrative citation in this process because it would be more practical rather than just as an infraction. So we would substitute an infraction with an administrative citation, which our code authorizes. The court, however, may determine the offense is an infraction, which the case shall proceed as a defendant has been arraigned on an infraction complaint. An individual is present at the illegal motor vehicle speed contest or exhibition of speed if that individual is within 200 feet of the location of the event or within 200 feet of the location where preparations are being made for the event. We would also like to change that after consultation with law enforcement and the DA's office, that be increased to 500 feet of the location of the event rather than 200. Also, the proposed ordinance obviously will exempt law enforcement officers or their agents from being spectators at illegal motor vehicle speed contests or exhibitions of speed in the course of their official duties. We're certainly not going to cite them for doing their job. Now, one of the things that is important in any of these type of ordinances, and this kind of goes to Councilmember Guillen talking about, hey, look, we need to have safeguards here. And one of the things that we wanted to do is to give law enforcement latitude and discretion in determining relevant circumstances to prove a violation. So in other words, it's not going to be just an objective analysis that someone just happens to be there and they're going to get cited for being a spectator or aiding and abetting in that. They're going to be looking at various circumstances as at the time of the day, the number and description of the voter vehicles at the scene, the location of the individual charged in relation to any individual group at the scene, evidence of prior acts to show the propensity of a person to be present. You know, we always, another word for that is you have groupies that attend these events on a regular basis. And if it's shown that the same people are present, that is going to help law enforcement determine that these are either spectators or they're aiding in these type of contests. So what we're asking for based on this is that we recommend that the City Council read by title only and introduce ordinance number 1135, adding Article 7 to Chapter 29 of the Paramount Municipal Code, prohibiting spectators at illegal motor vehicle speed contests or exhibitions of speed, and place it on the next agenda for the adoption. Again, I want to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for their help in the task force, and Deputy District Attorney Kelly Tapman in helping me draft this ordinance. We really spent a lot of time trying to figure out how we can be fair, but at the same time try to discourage these street races from happening by discouraging crowds and members of the community that usually many times are outside the community from showing up and encouraging these speed racers. The other thing too is we want to make sure, and this goes back again to letting the community know through a campaign that we take these incidents, these events very seriously, and we don't want to let people just show up at these because if they do and they fit within any of these criteria, they may be cited for being there. And that's why I was just saying before, we want to discourage people that may want to be helpful because we don't know. A law enforcement officer is not going to be able to ascertain right at that time whether someone's there with a phone trying to help out or that they're just taking a video of the event for their own benefit, and then they turn around and say, well, I was trying to help. So we want to discourage people and say, look, if you're going to be there, you take the risk of being cited as a spectator. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I will open this up for questions, comments, or discussion with council members.
Just one question. For ordinance 1135, as it pertains to the individual getting cited, perhaps as an infraction, does this have anything to do with their vehicle at the scene? Will those vehicles of the individuals who have been cited, are they up for grabs? Will they be possibly impounded, or this is specific to the individual at the scene?
Thank you, Councilmember Guillen. You raise another good question. The answer is that this part doesn't equate into any type of forfeiture. However, keep in mind that within these intersections, and I might correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in most of these intersections, the areas around there's no parking signs at all. So technically speaking, if anybody shows up and they drive their car and they're parked there, that they're parking in a no stopping zone. And so certainly if they're parked there in a no stopping zone, no matter whether it's because of the event or for other reason, they're subject to be towed and there could be impoundment charges. But it's basically not vehicle specific. It just happens that, you know, if you're parked there in a no stopping, you're going to get either cited or it may be impounded as a result of violation of no parking. But we're focusing more on the individual being a spectator there.
Councilmember Guillen, if I may, to add to what Mr. Kavanaugh just said too, in many of the videos that we've seen on social media about these intersection takeovers, some of the vehicles of spectators, their intention is to block traffic from going through. So it would definitely be up to law enforcement to make that judgment whether or not they're blocking the roadway, or as Mr. Kavanaugh said, they are stopped in a no parking zone too. But their intent is to prevent cars from entering the intersection as their friends do the donuts in the middle of the street.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Vice Mayor, almost if I can also add, one of the things that we talked about, and the Sheriff's Department did advise us based on their experience, and the city manager indicated, these are well-organized events. They're not random. There is a very, very successful operations where they use codes and cell phones to arrange these events. And what happens many, many times is that prior to the cars actually being there, they will have people show up beforehand and they will block the intersections with their vehicles so that it makes it a lot harder for law enforcement to get there, to get through. It also blocks the intersection from oncoming cars and allows these events to occur. So that is part of it as well. So the cars that are doing that, obviously they're going to be subject to impoundment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Do we have any other questions, comments from other council members?
This is Councilmember Aguayo. Is this part also going to be included in that campaign, letting residents know? Because I think if they know, if you're a spectator, there are going to be consequences. We might be able to get ahead of all of it and start preventing these street takeovers. So I was just wondering if that's something that maybe is going to be included in that.
Councilmember Aguayo, this is John Moreno. Yes, it will definitely be included as a part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Again, thank you for all you guys, your collaboration on getting these ordinances out. And at this time, I will entertain a motion.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings, move the item for the ordinance number 1135.
Councilmember Guillen,
Aguayo.
second.
So I have a motion by Quer-Stallings and a second by Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. We will move on now to public hearing ordinance 1132.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor and Council. Lately, we've had some great success with rezoning some industrial properties, turning them into residential, and then watching some really nice single-family homes being built that bring families into our community. The latest of these is before you tonight, and this time it's on Alondra Boulevard in our west end of town next to the Home Depot. The property is currently in a manufacturing zone that is surrounded mostly by residential uses. The property is currently in a very dilapidated state, so we are seeking your approval to change the zone to residential so that a new housing development code can go in and manufacturing could not ever go in at this location. Just as a reminder, you're going to see a presentation. In fact, you do have the slide up right here that shows the look of the proposed homes that will go in here. The City Council is not reviewing or being asked to approve the design of the homes. That action has already been taken place and been approved by the Development Review Board. So what we're doing is asking for the zone to be changed. So with that, I will turn it over to our Planning Director, Mr. John Carver, who will handle the item. John?
Thank you, John. Vice Mayor Olmos and council members, I have a presentation to go through. Yes. Okay, so this item is a request for a zone change from M1 to PDPS residential to allow for the construction of 10 single-family homes. The project site is located at 6500 to 6510 Alondra Boulevard and contains 30,744 square feet. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this item to the City Council at its July meeting. Here is an aerial of the site outlined in red with the frontage road to the north and Alondra Boulevard just to the north of the frontage road. And you can see it's located just to the east of, I'm sorry, that should be, oh, I'm sorry, yes, so located just to the east of Home Depot. Here are several pictures of the subject site. You can see one of the parcels is vacant and the other has 2 residential units on it. The zone change will allow for the development of 10 detached single-family homes on individual lots. Each of the homes will have 4 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms and will range in size from 1,700 square feet to 1,800 square feet. Each home will contain a 2-car garage and 2 driveway parking places. The PDPS zoning requires that the garages and driveways be used to park vehicles. This is similar to the recently completed residential project at Texaco and Somerset. Guest parking will be provided on the frontage road, which will be designated as resident permit parking only. Access to the development will be from the frontage road from 2 private driveways, with 1 driveway leading to 3 homes and the second driveway leading to 7 homes. The lots will range in size from 2,400 feet to 3,600 square feet, and this is similar to other projects in the city, including the 30 homes located to the south of the Home Depot that was recently completed. Here is a look at the existing zoning, which is light manufacturing. Here's a look at the proposed zoning, which is PDPS single-family residential. The land use is a mix of residential and light manufacturing. And the general plan land use designation is multiple family residential. And by way of background, the general plan lays out what the zoning in the city should look like over a 10 to 15 year period. In the case of the project before the council this evening, the residential zoning will implement the general plan land use designation of multiple family residential. Here's a look at the elevations that were approved by the Development Review Board. And a look at the site plan, also approved by the Development Review Board. The frontage road is just to the top of the slide, and the 2 private driveways, there's one on the east side of the property, which would lead to 3 homes, and then a second driveway to the west that will lead to 7 homes. The proposed project will be consistent with other residential uses in the area. The project will provide low-density residential, which is in demand and will encourage home ownership. And here's a look at the surrounding area. You can see it's a makeup of multiple family residential and single family residential. An environmental assessment was conducted by an outside consultant, and the assessment found that the project is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. And we're recommending that you introduce ordinance 1132, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Mr. Moreno, just for clarification, do we go into the public hearing or do we hear comments from council members first?
I suggest you open the public hearing first.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open this up for the public hearing. And we will first go into hear the testimony in the following order. Do we have any speakers, those in favor?
There is one comment in favor, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to read it into the record.
Absolutely.
This is from the applicant, Dwayne DeRose. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's for the next item. I apologize.
Item number 13. Okay, perfect. So do we have anyone speak in favor?
There is no comment for this one, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely. Anybody, those opposed?
No, ma'am.
Right. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved. Councilmember Guillen.
Second, Councilmember Aguayo.
So we have a motion to close the public hearing, moved by Guillen, second by Aguayo. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Okay, now we'll move on. Is there any comments, questions, or discussions from council at this time?
I have something, Vice Mayor.
Sure.
So my question is, when we bring in a developer to build 10 new homes, I know in some areas that we're concerned about housing and affordability and gentrification. Do we require, or has it ever been expressed, that maybe these developers, I think there's something like a 10%, like if there's 10 homes being built, at least one or two of them would have to be at a discounted price. And then it goes into like a lottery system for people who qualify under a certain income. Do we ever require any of our developers to do that in their projects? Or does that ever get brought up, Mr. Carver?
Yes, Councilmember Guillen. We have done that in the past. The Olson project on Orange Avenue, there are several units in there that are affordable. That was back when we had the redevelopment agency and we were using low mod income housing funds for assistance on that project. So there was a requirement that a percentage go affordable. We have several single-family homes that were also built in previous years with redevelopment agency money from the low mod fund. Those also are for affordable housing also. So that's what we've had in the past. We're looking to do a senior project, hopefully on Paramount Boulevard. Hopefully it will be happening. And we're going to be contributing some money from the low mod fund. So there will be a percentage of those senior units that will have to be affordable. So yes, we have done that in the past, and we're looking to do it in the future.
No, I'm talking about on this project
On this-
specifically.
No.
We have a developer that's coming in. We know our housing prices have, raised by 6%. These are large homes, so I would imagine they're going to go well over 500,000, which leaves a lot of people out of our community out of being homeowners. And one of the things I'd be concerned about is if I was a resident and I want to continue to live in Paramount, it'd be amiss for us to say that we shouldn't ask these developers to bring in one or two homes at a discount rate. So my question is, was that proposed to this developer?
No, it was not. And we currently do not have an inclusionary housing ordinance that would require that.
No, I know it doesn't require, but it's an ask. I mean, we have to look at our residents and the medium income, and we want to make sure that if we're saying, this is going to provide people to be homeowners, how realistic is that there will be Paramount residents that become, homeowners of over $600,000 homes or 500, whatever they're going to go for. Do we have a medium income? Do we know what they're going to sell for, more or less?
Well, the ones at Texaco and Somerset were around 600,000 from the same developer.
Yeah, that leaves a large number of people out. I know you're not required to do it, but I would think that those would be some of the things that city are, we as city take into account, but I'm not on the development board, so.
It's something we can take a look at for the future, most definitely.
And maybe the other thing to think about is, when you're talking about the houses on Texaco, how long did it take for those to even sell? Were they on the market for a long time?
No.
Do we know if they were Paramount residents that were actually purchased those homes? Do we know anything like that?
They were not on the market for long at all. They sold very quickly. I don't know who the owners of those properties are, where they came from.
Okay.
I have a question, Councilmember Queristoli. How about the homes on Indiana and Somerset right now? I noticed that they're starting to sandblast them.
Yes.
So are they going to be ready soon? And approximately what price range will those homes be going?
So, the work is finally moving on that project. Those are 8 units there. I would imagine they're going to probably sell for around $600,000 also.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, discussion?
I guess my only comment would be, this is Councilmember Gian, these are things that we really need to be taking into account when we're having, all of our housing issues, and the fact that, what happens after this pandemic when people have to catch up on their rent and mortgages. And I don't know, we need to look at what are we really doing for our community. These are things that are, possible to have the developers, if they want to come in to Paramount, build 10 new homes and make a lot of money, then they need to, also look at our residents, and a percentage of those should be up for a discounted price. Just something for the future I'd really like to see.
Well, Mr. Carver, maybe you could, like I said, I think, and I'm not a developer as well. I don't know how it works, but maybe there's some type of education you can give us as council members to show us how it works. You know
Sure.
what I mean, and explain the process.
Sure, I can do that at an upcoming meeting.
And see what we could do. So we will, no more questions, comments, or discussion. Can I entertain a motion, please?
This is Councilmember Queristoli. I move the item for ordinance number 1132.
Can I get a second?
Councilmember Gian, second.
All right, we have a motion by Quer-Stallings and a second by Ging. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Gian,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we'll move on to the next public hearing ordinance, 1133.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, Madam Vice Mayor, excuse me. The City Council recently approved an item allowing a digital billboard to be erected on Rosecrans Avenue near the 710 freeway. We're now bringing before you the development agreement with the actual billboard company. This agreement includes several requirements, such as the installation of automated dimming mechanisms to prevent bright light, the use of 100% renewable energy to power the billboard, and also maintenance of the parcel. With the drafting of the development agreement, an environmental assessment was performed on this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to once again, our planning director, Mr. John Carver, to go over the details of the development agreement, as well as summarize for you the environmental assessment. Mr. Carver?
Thank you, John. Vice Mayor Olmos and council members. So, as John stated, this is a request for a development agreement to allow digital billboard adjacent to the 710 freeway, and this is in the heavy manufacturing zone. Here is an aerial of the proposed billboard location. It is circled in yellow. Rosecrans Avenue is to the south, running east and west, and the area for the proposed billboard is located between the Los Angeles River and the 710 freeway. Just by way of background, in August of 2019, the City Council reviewed and discussed the possibility of allowing a digital billboard adjacent to the 710 freeway. The council had a favorable reaction to allowing digital billboards and directed that an ordinance be prepared. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the digital billboard ordinance at its December meeting. In February of this year, the City Council adopted the digital billboard ordinance. And finally, in July of 2020, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this development agreement to the City Council. And here's a diagram of where the proposed billboard would be located. Rosecrans Avenue is at the bottom. The 710 freeway is to the top left of the slide. And the billboard would be in the black triangular area. So it would be a two-sided billboard. And this is a close-up of where the billboard would be located. This is a photo of the area where the billboard would be located. As you can see, it is vacant and is underutilized. As I mentioned, the proposed billboard would be double-sided and has a height of 45 feet. The message display area measures 14 feet in height and 48 feet in length. The billboard incorporates the city logo. Looking at the development agreement, the agreement specifies the level of lumens. During the day, the lumens are permitted at 7,500 per square meter. For nighttime, the permitted lumens are 500 per square meter. The applicant would be required to maintain the parcel where the billboard is located, and the area would be enclosed with a wrought iron fence and security cameras would be installed. The development agreement provides for promotion of city events at a minimum rate of 5% and up to 10% on a space available basis. There is a revenue share clause in the development agreement that starts at $105,000 annually to the city, and that increases each year based on the Consumer Price Index. The development agreement has limitations that include a prohibition on political, religious, and sexually explicit ads. Additionally, ads for distilled spirits, tobacco products, and gambling are prohibited. Moving on to the environmental assessment, an initial study was conducted, and it found that there would not be a negative impact to the environment. A mitigated negative declaration is recommended. The environmental assessment looked at aesthetics. The 45-foot tall billboard will not block views. Light intensity is modulated so that it does not interfere with drivers. The environmental assessment also found that light would not be a disturbance to the residential properties, given the distance between the billboard and residential properties. The environmental assessment found that the installation and operation of the billboard will not have a negative impact on air quality. Looking at energy, an average billboard consumes about 56,600 kilowatts annually. For comparison purposes, a 1,200 square foot retail space consumes 69,700 kilowatts of electricity every year. And as John Moreno mentioned, the applicant will be using energy from 100% renewable sources. The nearest residential to the project is about 600 feet to the west. The proposed billboard will not have an impact on an established neighborhood, and it will not conflict with a zoning plan or policy. And finally, for the environmental assessment, looking at tribal cultural resources, the city is located within the cultural area that was formerly occupied by the Gabrielino Quiche. During ground disturbing activities, a Native American monitor is required to be present. And in summary, the development agreement fulfills the council's direction when it adopted the billboard ordinance. The billboard will be located adjacent to the 710 freeway in an area that is on the western fringe of the city. The environmental assessment found that there would not be any impact from the billboard. And finally, the city will receive free advertising time as well as revenue sharing with the applicant. And it's recommended that the City Council adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and that you introduce ordinance number 1133, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John, for your report. Do we have any comments, questions, or discussions from council? All right, I will entertain that as a no. We will go ahead and open this up for the public hearing at this time. We will go ahead and hear testimony in the following order. Do we have any of those in favor?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there is one comment submitted in favor by the applicant, and that is Travis DeRose. In regards to tonight's hearing on the billboard, we are in full support of this. The location selected is virtually free of any negative light exposure to the residents of the city. In addition, the billboard and agreement provide a long-term growing revenue for the city of Paramount. The billboard is designed with an attractive facade along with the City of Paramount logo and text to help the city. The billboard and agreement provides the City of Paramount with some free of charge public messaging supporting the city and its residents. And that concludes the comments in favor, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any of those posed?
No, ma'am, there are no comments opposed.
Okay. John, I noticed here there's a rebuttal by applicant.
Yes, that was if you had received any testimony opposed to it, and since there was no testimony opposed, the applicant doesn't need to rebut any of that.
Perfect, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing, please.
Councilmember Aguayo, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Can I get a second?
So, Gillen.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Aguayo, second by Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes, we'll move on to, can I get a motion to actually read by title only, waive further reading, introduce ordinance 1133 and place it on the next regular agenda for adoption?
This is Councilmember Quer Stallings. I move the item, read by title only, waive further reading, introduction to ordinance number 1133.
Aguayo, I second it.
All right, we have a motion by Claire Stallings, a second by Aguayo. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos,
Yes.
may we also get a motion and roll call vote for adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring reporting program?
Absolutely. Can I get a motion for that, council members?
So moved. This is Councilmember Guillen.
Second by Quer Stallings.
All right, we have a motion by Gillen, a second by Claire Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Can we move on to award of contract, please?
Absolutely. Item number 14. Vice Mayor Olmos and council members, the city's general plan, which is basically our roadmap, has several chapters in it called elements. And from time to time, we are actually required by law to update these elements. We're at a point where we need to update two of these elements. One of them is the housing element, and the other is the health and safety element. Also, we are required to introduce a new element into our general plan, and that is the environmental justice element. So before you tonight is an award of contract for a professional firm to do this. And I will now turn it over to our Assistant Planning Director, Mr. John King, who will tell you more about this item. Mr. King.
Thank you, John Moreno. Thank you, Vice Mayor Olmos and council members. I'm your fourth John of this evening. Again, this is a word of contract. The company is called MIG, and they're a planning firm. They're a multidisciplinary planning firm, and we'll get into their background and all they've done for many other cities. And this will actually, I believe, will be their first project for Paramount proper, although they have done some work for the gateway cities. And just some photos of here what we have in town. So we're proposing this contract for professional services, again, for the housing element, health and safety element, and environmental justice element. And we're really excited about all three of these. So again, as John Moreno mentioned, the general plan is a state requirement, and you'll be hearing a lot about that. John Carver touched on it with the zone change. It's the blueprint to the city for land use development, and it looks ahead. And with that, it's our guiding document, kind of like the city's constitution for land, and it leads to how we want to see us as a city in terms of property, public and private property. It's been around in Paramount since the 60s and was most recently comprehensively updated in 2007, although there's been from time to time some minor amendments for one little property or another. Here's a view of the cover of the general plan from 2007. And there are elements. So the state requires these chapters. They call them elements. There's a number of required elements, and there's some. And cities are welcome to do their own optional elements. And kind of you get a sense of what a city is about or what their values are based on what their elements are. So in the future, the city is welcome to modify or add a new element. So now we have housing is the big one. That is a critical element that has a required update every 8 years. If you're on the good list. If you're on the bad list for not complying, you have to do it every 5 years. We're on the good list. Good news. So you have housing, land use, transportation, resource management, health and safety, economic development, and public facilities. So the two optional elements for Paramount is economic development and public facilities. And we'll take a closer look at the housing element. Again, that's updated every 8 years. So most recently, it was updated in 2014. That's when the city council adopted the change, and then you might remember the state Department of Housing and Community Development. They certified the housing element a year ago. So it took some time, and the housing element, it's the guide for housing. So we just had a little mini discussion on housing affordability, and that's going to be a big part of this current update. The housing element implements what's called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, commonly known as RHNA or RHNA. So what that is, you have the state, and the state grows by population growth in terms of, people are born, you have babies, and you have folks coming in from other countries and other states in migration. So it's California. California grows, and we have to figure out where everyone's going to live. So in California, not all states do this. There's only about 3, but California does. They have areas put together this number. So every city is assigned a number to kind of figure out where this new growth is going to be located, down to the city and down to the income level. Right now, preliminarily, the local agency that assigns this number is SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments. And right now they're saying 363 new housing units for Paramount for this upcoming 8-year period. It's preliminary. There's an appeal process underway. If other cities can appeal, this sounds like a lot of units, but it's actually relatively low compared to some of what our neighboring cities have been assigned. If other cities appeal, then that in effect could lead to a higher number. So we have to work on where those units will go. So that's the housing element, and there's a lot involved there, but the other two elements we're looking at is health and safety and environmental justice. So by updating the housing element, it requires another look or a reassessment of a jurisdiction safety element. We call it the health and safety element. And just to let you know what's in there, what's in the health and safety element. Well, kind of what it sounds like: health and safety, including emergency preparedness, seismic safety, fire protection, hazardous materials, law enforcement, and noise. Noise is a required element that we've incorporated into our health and safety element. So it just makes good sense. Now that we're required to do the housing element, it's a good opportunity to take care of the health and safety element now. And as you know, fiscally, we put a good percentage of the city's budget toward the public safety department. It's one of our pillars of the city. So it's very important. And on the planning side, there is such a thing as they call it planning fatigue. If we do a lot of community-based planning efforts at one time, the community could just kind of get tired of it within a short period. So it makes a lot of sense to do it at the same time as the housing element. It's an opportunity and fiscal sense. So there's a little bit of cost savings in this time of scarce resources. We already have what's called a local hazard mitigation plan that was the Public Safety Department was in charge of in 2015. We'll incorporate that into this update. And the Public Works Department is in charge of the Climate Action Plan that just kicked off. And those will all be in this along with city actions addressing air quality. So this is all really important for Paramount. And we'll get to the environmental justice element. This is the latest, the newest element required by statute. There was a law, SB 1000 from 2016 introduced this new element, and it requires whenever a city adopts two new elements, then they have to do this environmental justice element. And it's for cities, specifically tailored for cities that are identified by state definition as a disadvantaged community. So you might have heard that term before, SB 535 disadvantaged community. So that's actually, if you look at a map, there's a map triggered by this that's put together by the Cal EPA, the California Department of Environmental Protection Agency, through their Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Most of Los Angeles County, aside from the beach areas and the hillside areas, are within this disadvantaged community map, including the city of Paramount. But it's really important for us to, as you know, we want to be very transparent and have like a baseline so we can know where we're at and improve ourselves. And that's really our goal. So it requires identifying objectives and policies, reducing pollution exposure, improving air quality, promoting public facilities, improving food access, advancing access to housing, and increasing physical activity in these identified disadvantaged communities. So we're in support, all in favor of this, and we want to get this plan together, put it all together, kind of like a one-stop shop. There's some efforts may not be directly city types of actions, but more that outer agencies would deal with, but we want this all in one document. And this will require a lot of community participation and engagement. The firm, so we're looking at MIG. As I mentioned, they're highly regarded. They're a multidisciplinary firm with offices throughout California and the West. This really is a change of course from the types of agencies that have helped us out before, or firms. In the past, or the recent past, we've contracted with some more niche planning consultants that did serve the city's purpose. They really served us well during that time. But given the time it took to get our housing element certified this last round, we really wanted to take a look at some of these bigger companies, more dynamic firms that have, say, on staff, the technical expertise, the community engagement expertise, bilingual, in-house. So we sought the best firm. We really looked at all of them, and well, there aren't that many, but we wanted to go with the best. Important to ensure quality plans with extensive engagement and input and technical expertise. and it's all about values. So, we went through a big effort over the last year to create our own paramount vision, mission, and values. And safe, healthy, and attractive is what we're looking at in Paramount. So when we came up with that, it's useful when we look at other companies we want to work with. We want companies that have similar values as our city, as our community. So just looking at, these are just photos and excerpts from MIG's website, see what they're about. And I'll add to another page. Just another look. Communities can plan their own futures, elegant design, all built work should be context driven. About accessibility and focusing on cities and their resiliency. And that's really caught our eye. And they have a lot of experience. So we'll be working with some project managers who've, just the last few years, they've worked in Whittier, Santa Fe Springs. They've completed the Long Beach land use element, which was a lot of work, and they won some awards for doing that. And right now they're in Commerce, and this was key. They're working on Commerce's environmental justice element, and just that alone and is worthwhile. It's worth our attention. Now, the municipal code requires city council approval for contracts exceeding $40,000 for professional services. That's why we're here this evening. Section 1830A of the code notes that competitive bidding is not applicable for contracting professional services. And that's really, it's a very particular fine type of service. So we have to consider the fairness and reasonableness of cost and professional qualifications. So we did, again, we looked at all these, all their work in other cities. They've won awards, different types of awards, and we're actually, to be honest, we're not going for awards here, but it is something just to keep in the back of our minds for these other cities. And so we're looking at them. We're really happy with their proposal. And I may have skipped over the funding slide. I just want to back up to funding. I'm actually not going to go back on the slides because of the delay, but the budget is $165,900. Now, out of that, there's no direct impact to the general fund. We're proud to say we're going to be funding this from $130,000 from grant funds, from state LEAP grant funds that you might remember approving the resolution a few months ago. And the remainder, $35,900, will be from the General Plan Update Fund. That's a special fund within our accounting, within our budget. It's paid for by developers. So like the development that you reviewed for the zone change, any housing over 5 units, the developer pays a percentage that goes toward updating our general plan and elements. And any commercial project valued over $100,000, that triggers a 1%, or that triggers I believe it's a 0.5% assessment that goes toward this type of plan. So no impact to the general non-discretionary fund. So scheduling, this is a very aggressive schedule, and this is based on we have to have our housing element done September 2021. It's a year, but this is going to come very quickly. A lot to talk about, a lot of meetings. We're looking to have actually a joint planning commission and city council meeting. So that's going to be interesting. More the merrier. Kickoff would be next month. So as soon as granted you approve the contract, we'll start executing the contract, and the consultant will get to work, and you'll be seeing a lot of outreach, one-on-one interviews, stakeholder interviews, workshops, full slate of outreach. And in the COVID world we're in, it's going to be a lot of flexibility on in-person meetings. So with that, bottom line, we're recommending that you award the contract for professional services to MIG to prepare the housing element, health and safety element, and the new environmental justice element of the general plan for $165,900, authorizing the mayor or her designee to execute the agreement. And that's really it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Do we have any questions, comments, or discussion from council?
Vice Mayor, I have a couple questions, but I don't want to keep jumping in and going first. Please allow the other council members to ask their questions before I
Absolutely.
spout mine.
No worries.
No worries, Lori.
I think
Any
you're on.
questions?
Councilmember Guillen, go ahead.
Okay, so I first brought up SB 1000 in 2016 prior to me being on city council. And that's about having a city have goals, objectives to reduce their pollution problem. So is this something that this company will be looking at about as far as putting in every 8 years? Because what I don't want it to be is just being in compliance to get this plant out within the right amount of time, because this only happens every 8 years, I think you said. So what I want to know is, are they going to set some goals and objectives for air quality and a plan to reduce pollution in this program here?
A little bit of yes and a little bit of just more explanation. So for one, the housing element of these three elements, it's only the housing element that by law gets re-updated or updated every 8 years. The other two, it's at the discretion of a city's jurisdiction, of the city council, for how often to update them. And as you can see, our last big update was in 2007. Before that, the previous one is 1986. So it's not very often, but it's really something that the city can think about, and how often do you want it to be updated. So what it does is it can set some goals. It's what really isn't what the city council wants it to be. For one, it will track where we're at right now. It definitely will incorporate what we've done. We have done a lot in the last few years, but we, as you know, we never say mission accomplished. We want to have more. We want to incorporate what more can be done directly by Paramount and other agencies. You know, there's also AB 617 and efforts with the more regional types of efforts. We have the AQMD. You know, one area we haven't touched on very deeply is with CARB. There's an 800 number we can call for idling trucks and diesel. We want to do more about mobility and changing over to clean air with trucks, and maybe taking one street off the truck route. There's a lot we could do. And so I'm just kind of touching on a few things there. This is a exciting time that, at your direction, we could take it to where you want it to go.
Yeah, because you're using keywords like, you know, a disadvantaged community. And one of the main issues that make a disadvantaged community disadvantaged is the air quality. And this is something that needs to be addressed, and this is the perfect time to put it in with housing. I don't know if anybody's did any nexus comparisons to the fact that Carlson Forge had a major layoff, and production had a tremendous slowdown. And I requested last week to look at some numbers on some air monitors. And if you look at, is there a correlation between Carlton Forge and their work slowdown and the fact that the numbers on these air monitors have dropped? These are all things that need to go into the equation. And the reason why I asked is because I was getting calls from some of the residents that said, hey, what's going on at Carlton Forge? We're not smelling things. It seems like our air is feeling a little better. These are all things that we need to consider, and I think this would be the best time to look at all these things and to have some goals and objectives to reduce air quality. You talk about 617 and making, electric vehicles and all that. That's all good, but this is something that the city can implement. I'm not looking at what AQMD is going to be working on, because with 617 we got passed over. I'm looking at what we can do and what we can study and what objectives can we put in place now to address air quality. So that's number one. And then we're talking about housing, and something was mentioned about the inclusionary housing ordinance. So I think this would be a perfect time to put in the ordinance that says if a developer comes in and wants to build 10 homes, maybe 10%, that would be one house, would have to be at a discounted rate. This would be the perfect time to put in that ordinance into effect. So if we could get a consensus from the council on whether or not we think an ordinance, something like that, should be implemented, or it should be a goal or an objective, this would be the perfect time to do it.
Yes, and the consultant is actually listening from his and her office, and I'm sure they're taking notes right now, and that will be something that you could definitely put on the table.
And then when we talk about housing and the health and safety issue, I mean, Paramount is such a dense community as it is. Right now, when we're talking about health and safety and housing, how are we going to implement a plan to address the fact that Paramount has over 1,600 cases of coronavirus and I think over 20 deaths in our 4.5 square mile city? That's a lot. So when we talk about health and safety and numbers, those are all things that need to be in the plan. Those are all things that need to have an objective about health and safety. We cannot graze over that because COVID-19, we may get a vaccine, but I'm sure there'll be more to come. So we need to be prepared. And so when we talk about health and safety in our dense areas, all of that needs to be included in our objectives.
So this is Vice Mayor Olmos. So I need to understand this better too. And Lori, like I said, I'm not a developer and I don't understand all these elements. But this is a topic that we discussed earlier, what we can do as a city and what we can't do as a city. And I think we need to understand that. I mean, do you agree with that in a sense of like, I know, you're looking at the health and safety, absolutely, across the board. I think we all want that. But what can we do as a city? What are recommendations that we could do? You know what I mean? It's like, I'd like to know that. I'd like to definitely understand that.
So I think what they say is a constitution for land and land usage. And land usage goes into the equation of air pollution because it depends on the type of industry, the type of building, developing that we're bringing into the city. So it does come under this guideline. And when we talk about 617, that the A2MD is going to have certain projects and money to go to disadvantaged cities, we can't control where that money goes. We hope we get included, but so far we've been passed over and we've been promised maybe next time. But when we're talking about building our own constitution for land, now's the time that it goes into the planning process.
And John, as I'm looking at the environmental justice element, the language is very vague, right? It basically just says, and policies to reduce pollution exposure, improve air quality, promote public facilities. So, I mean, the air quality could mean smog. So there's no distinct, right? So, I mean, it doesn't really tie into when they talk about reduced pollution. What does that mean?
It is a combination. So it goes from as large as greenhouse gases down to diesel particulates, ozone particulates like PM 2.5. That's the very small micro like dust. So it's all in there. Well, I'll just give you the definition. Environmental justice. This is by state statute. So it's broader than that. It's the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of people of all races, cultures, incomes, and national origins with respect to the development, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And that's it. And then from there, it's the OPR, the Governor's Office of Planning Research, and they get a little more detail. They just actually released a policy guide this year that the consultants will be laying out in very much detail, in a lot of detail, and take it from there. Gives a lot of options.
When you read the definition of environmental injustice and then you said that's it, that's a lot. So a lot can fit in those guidelines. And so that's why I'm saying we need to have a consensus to get some goals and objectives into this constitution, if you will, for land usage. Now's our opportunity to do that. And it's not a matter of that's it. That's a lot.
Vice Mayor Olmos, this is John Moreno. These are all very, very good points that everybody's bringing up during this discussion. Looking at the schedule, the proposed time frame for this project, there are a number of opportunities that we can delve down into these details that Councilmember Guillen is bringing up and that you're bringing up. Looking at the schedule, there are stakeholder interviews, workshops, and then as John King had mentioned, a study session in December with it's a joint study session with the council and the planning commission. So my point being, there's going to be a number of opportunities in the very, very near future to discuss all that. What we are bringing before you tonight is just an award of contracts.
Correct.
So that the consultant can get going on this and we can have those very, very productive conversations that y'all want to have with these elements.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure, but before, we address the award of contract, I want to make sure that these issues are going to be dealt with. What's the point of awarding this contract if we can't guarantee that these issues will be a part of it? And then with COVID going on, how many study sessions are we going to have? That means they're going to be virtual. And then is it going to be by invitation again only, where certain people can't address certain issues? I just want to make sure that when we award these contracts, these goals and objectives are a part of this contract.
And just to understand that the contract is basically to hire the consulting services. So once the consulting services are hired, is there another contract on that lays out the scope of what they're going to be doing and how we come up with the language?
They have a fairly, if you're looking at our agenda packet, it's a fairly detailed plan. In terms of the engagement, they're proposing stakeholder group interviews, community workshops, online community survey, and then the joint study sessions. Our original thought was, to have more of the pop-up type of events, a farmer's market, the library, the summer concert series, the eco fair, the sustainability. But we know, we don't know what's going to happen. And then, and city staff, we're working in kind. We're going to be working jointly. So I think the commissioners out there would be might get used to seeing me and other staff at their commission meetings. We'll do as much as we can on the staff level and with the consultant.
Sure. All right, you guys. So this is a motion just to hire the consultant. Looks like there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So in a sense of, Lori, I understand your concerns. You want to make sure that there's some
that this is
formatted
going to be
information.
addressed, yes. And it sounds like it will be. So I wanted to make sure that will be addressed and that we can put together, our policy that we hope to see and some goals to reduce.
All right,
And possibly that ordinance for developers in the future.
Understood. Is there any more comments, questions, or discussion, you guys? Are we ready to go ahead and, can I entertain a motion for this award of contract, please?
This is Councilmember Guillen. I'll make a motion to move it forward. Just making sure that all these issues are going to be addressed. Let's move it.
All right, can I get a second, please?
It's Councilmember Claire Stallings. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Gill and a second by Clara Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we're moving on to stormwater management report, please.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, this next item has to do with stormwater management, as you said, and with our consolidated efforts to clean stormwater before it goes into the ocean. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Ms. Adriana Figueroa, who will handle the item. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, as a way of background, I'd like to discuss, let me see if this clicker is working. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, as a way of background, I would like to discuss stormwater regulations. You may often hear about NPDES, and can you move it back one slide, please? Thank you. Sorry. You may often hear about NPDES requirements, and NPDES stands for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, and it is a federally mandated program of the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act requires a permit for any discharge of water into the storm drain system. This is either during the wet or dry season, and wet, of course, means during the rainy months, and dry meaning summer time. This federal requirement is locally administered by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, LA Region, which is also known as the Regional Board. So the way the Regional Board handles this is through the MS4 permit. And again, you may have heard over and over again the term MS4, and that stands for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, and it's our local stormwater permit. The most recent stormwater permit issued by the Regional Board was back in 2012, and it contained many more stringent requirements for cities, some of which were essentially cost prohibitive for any single agency to carry out by itself. I think I went too far, right? One more. So in 2013, Paramount joined with other cities to develop 2 required watershed management plans, also known as WIMPs. And as we, as a city, drain into 2 watershed areas, the lower LA River and the Los Cerritos Channel. In addition to the watershed management plans that were prepared for those 2 watershed areas, we also had to conduct ongoing monitoring, which was outlined in what is called a coordinated integrated monitoring program. And these efforts allowed us to extend final compliance deadlines and increase cost efficiency, given that we were working together as a group. It is important to note that the recent passage of Measure W by the county allows us to utilize a portion of that funding for these types of regional participation in order to achieve compliance. So let's see if this works. Next slide. This slide shows you, as soon as it pops up, shows you the location of the watershed areas. This is basically, I guess, the southeast area, and all of the cities within the Gateway region drain to either the lower LA River, the Los Cerritos Channel, or the lower San Gabriel River, or a combination of all 3. So in our case for Paramount, we drain into half of the city, essentially half of the city, drains into the lower LA River watershed area, and the rest of it drains into the Los Cerritos Channel, which ends up in Long Beach. So next slide. Let's see if it moves. It takes a little bit of time. Okay. I talked a little bit about watershed management program or plans. Essentially, the watershed management plan is a comprehensive evaluation of the water quality of a given watershed area. It identifies priority pollutants specific to the watershed and steps that are needed to achieve cleanup goals. Multiple cities and agencies are coordinating or have been coordinating their efforts through agreements or MOUs with the Gateway Water Management Authority for these watershed management plans implementation and also require monitoring activities. So the item before you simply extends our participation into these 2 watershed groups in order to continue to achieve compliance with our stormwater permit requirements. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council approve items 15A and 15B, which are the second amendments to the Memorandum of Understanding with the Los Angeles Gateway Region Integrated Regional Water Management Joint Powers Authority, also known as the Gateway Water Management Authority, for the administration and cost sharing to prepare and implement the watershed management plans and coordinated integrated monitoring plans for both the lower LA River and the Los Cerritos Channel watershed areas. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Do we have any comments, questions, or discussion from council?
I'll let the others go first.
I have no comments.
Councilor Menguia, go ahead.
I just have 15 short questions. Not really, I don't. I have no questions.
So
I'm
John,
getting
just
tired.
yeah, I know. Well, we're almost there, you guys. Hang in there. There's two items here, John. There's approval. Is it one approval for both items A and B?
We need a motion and a second and a roll call for each one.
For each one. Okay, you guys, we're going to go ahead and start. If there's no questions, concerns, or discussion, we will move on to the motion. So can I get a motion in order for the 15A, please?
So moved.
Second, Aguayo.
Okay, we have a motion by Guillen and a second by Aguayo. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, you guys, we're going to move on to the second amendment that needs. Can I entertain a motion for
Councilmember
B. For B?
for B?
This is Councilmember Quer-Stallings. I motion to move the item. Gian, second.
All right, we have a motion by Quer-Stallings, a second by Guillen. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer-Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to award of contract, Paramount Pool replaster and deck repairs.
Yes, Vice Mayor, almost in council. It's been a number of years since we did our full-scale remodel of the Paramount Pool. The pool, which is used almost year-round, is in definite need of replastering, and the pool deck also needs some drastic repairs. However, as with any large-scale municipal pool like what we have at Paramount Park, these improvements really need to be designed first by a professional pool design service. So that's what we're asking you to do tonight, and with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Adriana Figueroa, who will handle the item. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, as John indicated, back in 2006, the Paramount Park pool underwent a significant renovation and expansion that included the addition of competitive swim lanes, a zero-depth entry area, and spray features, the replacement of the entire pool deck surfacing, new shade shelters for pool users, and the upgrade of the entire pool lighting system located within the pool. Now, 15 years later, substantial use has taken a toll on the pool, particularly with the pool's plaster, which has many significant cracks throughout. A section of the lights are non-functional, and the pool deck that surrounds the pool is worn out. We included this project in the fiscal year 21 budget with funds coming from Measure A, and also a grant through the California Natural Resources Agency that came from the Office of State Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon. In order to prepare the project for construction, as John mentioned, design plans are required. So the project will include replastering of the entire pool as well as lighting within the pool. Additionally, the surrounding pool deck will be replaced, and a specific added feature would be the removal of the diving board to allow for a water slide to be included. Staff reached out to Jones and Madhavan given their demonstrated successful experience with designing of municipal pools and similar retrofit projects since 1990. They worked on the Paramount's pool expansion and renovation project back in 2006 and the Orange Avenue Splash Zone in 2016. Other facilities that they have done include the Carson's Dominguez Aquatic Center, the Los Angeles Stoner Recreation Center Pool, Cal State University Monterey Bay's Aquatic Center, and the Los Angeles Community College District Southwest College Pool Complex. Jones and Madhavan submitted a proposal of $58,000 to provide the design services needed in order to prepare preliminary design, construction documents, plan approvals, and construction administration for the proposed improvements. This fee is within industry standards for design services and is below the budgeted amount of $60,000. The city's professional services contract policy requires contracts in excess of $40,000 to be approved by the City Council. And in accordance with Section 18-30A of Chapter 18 of the Paramount Municipal Code, contracts awarded for professional services shall be awarded by the City Council on the basis of the demonstrated competence of the contractors and on the contractor's professional qualifications that are necessary for the satisfactory performance of these services, and on the fairness and reasonableness of the cost of the services to the city, and shall not be awarded solely on the basis of cost. The competitive formal bidding requirements are not applicable to the procurement of professional services. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council award the contract for professional design services for the Paramount Pool Replaster and Deck Repairs Project to Jones and Madhavan in the amount of $58,000 and authorize the mayor or her designee to execute the agreement. That concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Is there any comments, questions, or discussions from council? Okay, can I go ahead and entertain a motion, please?
This is Councilmember Aguayo. I move to approve the item.
This is Claire Stallings, a second.
All right, we have a motion by Aguayo, second by Claire Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen,
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Okay, we move on to next is our receive and file for proposed legislative position process.
Yes, Vice Mayor Olmos and Council. For years, the city has supported or opposed legislation through an administrative process. This mostly involves sending out letters that are signed by the mayor whenever staff receives a request to take a position on legislation. Some of these requests come from the League of California Cities, California Contract Cities Association, or the Gateway Council of Governments, all of which organizations we belong to. We are proposing to change this up a little bit. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Andrew Villalpando, to tell us what we are recommending. Mr. Villalpando?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Again, good evening, Madam Vice Mayor Olmos and members of the City Council. As John mentioned, from time to time, the city is asked by different agencies and organizations to support or oppose certain legislation. These requests primarily come from organizations which the city belongs to as members, including the League of California Cities, the California Contract Cities Association, the Gateway Cities Council of Governments, otherwise known as the COG, and other reputable organizations, as you, I'm sure, are all familiar with. Currently, our process is when the city receives a request to support or oppose a certain piece of legislation, the city manager's office will analyze the legislation, determine if it aligns with our city's objectives, and prepares a letter of support or opposition on behalf of the mayor. Of course, as you know, on controversial or sensitive items, which are generally rare, we would place the item on a meeting agenda, either for a regular meeting or a closed session, depending on the sensitivity of the item, for the city council to take a position on as a whole. In an effort to provide a uniform process that incorporates the city's vision, mission, values, and strategic outcomes, and is inclusive of all members of the city council, city staff researched some different processes used by different cities in the area to oppose or support legislation. So we did some analysis, and ultimately what we found was cities generally use three types of different approval processes when either supporting or opposing legislation. I've categorized them into three, and honestly, these are just names that we kind of group them into buckets. One being administrative action, which is, as I explained, this is essentially what the city of Paramount currently does. Another form is by city council action, and I'll explain, and a legislative platform, and I'll explain each of these a little bit more in depth. So for the administrative action, as I mentioned, what the city currently does, this is a process where we'll receive a request from a reputable organization that we're a member to. Staff will take a look, staff being, of course, the administration, will take a look at and whether it aligns with the city's objectives and mission. We'll receive the request. We'll determine if it does align, and if it does, we will prepare a letter of support or opposition from the mayor as on behalf of the city council. Following distribution of the letter, whether it's in opposition or in support, we'll send a copy of the final version to the city council, usually as part of a weekly update or an email from the city manager. when we talk about in a process where the city council as a whole takes action, some cities do incorporate this process where supporting or opposing of legislation must be voted on by the entire city council before any letter is prepared and disseminated. As you can imagine, there are some challenges with this process. Although entirely 100% inclusive, it does present some serious challenges when we do encounter requests for urgent or legislation that requires a quick turnaround, as in many cases, and I'll give you an example that we honestly just handled today. And then lastly is more of a hybrid approach, which some cities have in our area, and actually I'll make mention throughout the state of California have incorporated, where the city council adopts a legislative platform by resolution and consensus on an annual basis. This product, this document, this platform essentially establishes a legislative priority for the entire year on behalf of the city council and guides staff on what type of legislation to support or oppose, again, as the city council determines. So here is just a brief, on the right you'll see it's a chart which essentially is an illustration of the different results we received from the 14 cities in our area. 3 nearby cities implement a process as we do by administrative action. 7 cities rely entirely on consensus by their city council. And 4 cities utilize a platform, as I just described, called a legislative platform, which is a sort of hybrid approach. And the city of Downey's legislative platform is a sample that we included in your packet this evening, which is included as part of the agenda report. So I'll dive into the legislative platform model only because as we conducted our analysis and our comprehensive review, staff did find that this particular model enables the best practices for inclusivity of all the city council, and overall is efficient. So, as I mentioned, when reviewing the different models, we did find that being inclusive and of all the city council and doing this in an effective and efficient way really does align with best practices in the industry, and of course would ultimately align with our city's vision, mission, values, and strategic outcomes. The primary goal of this model is to establish a platform for the city council to take, which would be predetermined and unified on a range of legislative issues so that the city can expeditiously and efficiently respond to requests for support or opposition of legislation. A legislative platform allows the city council to tailor its position on legislation based on issues it feels are important to the city, effectively streamlining the approval process. This is helpful when taking a position on legislation that is time sensitive. What I want to add here, and as part of the benefits that we found, is we also checked with our representative over at the League of California Cities at the Los Angeles division. Many of you know Christine Guerrero, who is honestly she's such an asset and a resource for all of the cities in our area. And as if you're unaware, the League of California Cities really does take the lead in presenting a lot of requests and recommendations on supporting or opposing legislation at the state and federal level. So after checking with the league to kind of see if we were on the right track or if our data was accurate and if it was reflecting truly what the cities do, she did share that the league has on record of 31 other cities in California that do have legislative platforms and use this as their primary model. We went on to have a pretty lengthy discussion, and she has many years of experience as a representative at the league. She did mention, and she called out specifically the city of Paramount, and really complimented us and expressed, to her knowledge, the long history of our city engaging in regional legislative issues, and that truly our voice here in Paramount has a real impact on our representatives just because other cities aren't as participatory as we are. Cities that are not quickly responsive, she feels, generally are left out of the participation process at the state legislative level, and their input is generally not heard. And she tends to, her observation is that This tends to happen with cities that do not have an efficient and a quick turnaround type of process. More so than ever at this particular moment with COVID-19, where the state's legislative schedule is so truncated, and it's sort of a scattered schedule of how they meet. She really wanted to bring to our attention that bills are moving so fast and so swiftly and require such quick turnarounds that it really does behoove Paramount to consider some sort of efficient process as the City Council would feel necessary to get bills to move quickly through the process. To give you an example, as I mentioned in the last slide, of something that just happened today, we received a request to support legislation at the federal level, which would bring additional funds to the city, both for residents and the organization for relief funds. The federal government is going to vote on this item tomorrow, and they needed the City of Paramount to submit a letter of support, both through the state and our federal legislators through an online system, and they needed that done today. So this is just an example of how effective an efficient and streamlined process, such as the legislative platform that we found, would behoove the city. And bear with me as we move through the slides. There's a small delay, so just another couple of seconds here. So as I wrap up the benefits, we wanted to kind of iron out exactly what the approval process would look like if the City Council were to implement a legislative platform model. The first step in this approval process would involve staff drafting a legislative platform that would be brought before the City Council based on the city's goals, objectives, principles established each year by the City Council. It would also incorporate recommendations by city staff and incorporate the priorities of the organizations and agencies that the city currently is a member to. As I mentioned, the League of California Cities being one of them, Contract Cities Association, the Gateway COG, SCAG, etc. The next step would be to take this draft to the City Council at a regular meeting where the City Council would vote to adopt a legislative platform by resolution, and we vision this document coming before the City Council once a year, typically at the beginning of the year, so that it aligns with our calendar and as well as the legislative calendar. And this will give the opportunity to the City Council to update this legislative platform each year as priorities change. And then the last step in the process would, as using this as a guide and a model, this document, staff would prepare letters of support or opposition based on this platform on behalf of the mayor as needed. Of course, we would always send copies of the final version of the letter prior to delivery to all of the City Council in advance of, as I mentioned, in advance of any delivery. Of course, items of legislation that are not found in the annually adopted platform or controversial items would continue to be brought before the City Council at a meeting for approval. So with that, that brings me to the end of my staff report, and it's recommended that the City Council receive and file this report, and please provide us with any direction on next steps, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up for comments and questions and discussion, and I have a few. So does anybody want to go first?
Sure. Agenda item number 17, it's almost at the very end, and it's very, very important. And I hope everybody's still, up for listening to the fact that I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We have 5 elected council members. And let me ask my question first. So before today, when there had to be a quick response, when was the last time there needed to be such a quick response?
Just today, as I explained, there was a need to.
No, I got today.
Prior to today, I want to say I recall, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, where I don't recall what organization it was. It was either the League of California Cities or the California Contract Cities that requested the city provide support or opposition. I think it was support for a COVID-19 related item.
Okay, so it's not like it's an everyday thing. So number one, because we have elected officials that represent the residents of Paramount, it's not too hard to jump on the phone and ask everybody what, if it's something that needs to get immediately done. I don't want to give my opinion away to city staff. I don't. I live here in Paramount. We're elected as residents here in Paramount, and I think our voices need to be heard. It's just like this professional services issue, that it doesn't go out to bid. Management has the ability to give it to who they feel is best. I got to pick and choose my battles. That's been that way. I don't like it. It is what it is. But today I do have a voice, and my voice is I represent the residents of Paramount. And I don't want my voice to be taken away because that's who I represent. And it's not too hard to reach out to each council member. There's only 5 of us, and get our opinion. Not only does it put our opinion on the record of how we vote on something or what we want, there's been many times letters have gone through with my name on the letterhead that I don't agree with. And so I want my vote. I'll leave it at that.
Other discussion? Okay, so I will go ahead and take my turn. So I understand the legislative part of it, but again, there's some points that I'm going to have to agree with Councilmember Guillen on this. I think what happens is, you guys, is we do, when these letters go out, it does have all of our names, and we know recently there was a letter that went out in an approval of something, and a council member went and talked on behalf, and they opposed it. So I think, we do each have a voice. We were elected to represent the residents here. So I'm not against the legislative system, but I think there needs to be another component where if we do draft a letter, why can't we all get emailed to review the letter, and if we approve or not approve, then we send it out. But you guys give us a time constraint saying, hey, you know what, this letter needs to get out to California contract cities by tomorrow. I need this reviewed within the next 8 hours. That's our job to do that. So my recommendation is I'm okay with the legislative layout, but I still want a voice to determine if I approve the language.
Vice Mayor Olmos, this is Andrew again. Yes, so part of the process, as I mentioned in the previous slide, let me bring that slide back up, would be ensuring that the version of the latest version of the letter based on the platform would go to all the city council prior to delivery. And I suppose I'm missing a key aspect there, is that there would be part of a review process. We are checking with the city attorney, and it's probably going to take a little bit of analysis to be on our part. But our initial concern when sending out for through email or phone call, as was a potential idea expressed, was whether that would be a Brown Act violation. So we need to take a look into that a little bit more as to whether that would be feasible in emailing and getting input, collective input. But as far as the review process, that would be part of the approval process and sending out prior to delivery. Hopefully I was able to articulate that correctly.
Yeah, you were, but so like I said, number A says City Council receive a copy of the final versions of the letter prior to delivery. So that still has to be hashed out with the attorney to determine how to do that properly. Correct?
That's correct, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Can we go back to your first slide on what the other cities do? 7 of them, it was administrative, and then 7 cities did the council action. I would like to go with the council action. So my vote on this one would obviously be no. I think we should be making those decisions for our residents.
But I think, Councilor McGeehan, the thing of it is yes, I agree with you, but we need to make sure that what's on that letter and what we're approving has a legislative background, or we have our theory to back it up.
Of course,
right?
They would give us the information, and then we would make the decision on how we wanted to vote on it and whether we're for it or against it. They would still do the legislative background. We're just not letting staff make the recommendation. It would go before council.
So I think that's, Andrew, that's kind of, I think, where we're, like I'm saying, so you have these 3 different buckets, and how do we incorporate legislative with still a city council action, which you kind of have if you with that bullet, but you understand where I'm going with that?
I think so. I was just brought to my attention that I also probably need to make a little bit clear to you. So the 7 cities that do rely entirely on consensus by the city council, that process involves an agendized on a city council meeting. So that was part of the challenge that we were trying to, as part of the data that we were analyzing, as to whether that was an efficient, the most efficient process. And so there was definitely some concern even shared by the League of California Cities when that occurs, of just how even cities that partake in that particular model, it might present a challenge.
So,
Right.
Vice Mayor, if I may jump in, so just so everybody understands, the idea behind the legislative platform is that each year the city council gets to vote on those things that are important to them. So we will bring before you each year a platform saying these are what our recommendations are, whether it be for clean water, law enforcement, better planning, air pollution, the fight against that. Those will be brought to you for your review and approval every year. So, and that's where the council can tinker with it, vote on it and say, okay, this is our platform for the upcoming year. So staff, it's up to you whenever there is a bill through the state legislature that comes up that fits in these parameters, send the letter out. So we are given that direction by the council to send the letter out. However, one other thing is, before that letter does go out, it will be sent to each of the council members saying, here's a letter that's going out for SB or AB, whatever it be, and this is the bullet points that you approved back in January, and this piece of legislation fits into your approved platform. So we'll show you the letter, obviously, and it'll go out saying which areas of the platform that it meets, and then we'll be able to, as I said, get the letter out in efficient manner. I just want to make sure that that was all clear.
Okay, but that rationale, John, this is Councilmember again, doesn't go into the presentation that was just given where this just came up today and we needed to get this out. So I understand that your presentation is because this is what you would like to move forward. However, that's why there's emergency meetings that can be called. There's ways to get things on an agenda. And that's why those rules are in place. I don't like circumventing the council. Things are rapidly evolving and changing. We are looking at things that are occurring that are unprecedented. To say you have a say-so on X, Y, Z at the beginning of the year, I mean, that doesn't say what could come up immediately. That's not even reality.
Well, if it
that's a nice presentation on how you want something passed.
Okay. If there is anything that isn't part of the platform, that's when we would take it back to the city council saying that we are being asked to support or oppose this piece of legislation. So, however, it does not fit the legislative platform that was adopted by the council. So what is the council's pleasure at that point? So we would go back to you if it doesn't fit within the platform.
Right. So what if I like something at the beginning of 2021, but 6 months down the line, something major has occurred, and now that's not my view. But because I said it in 2021, now you have the authority to go with it. No, I'm not giving up my vote.
So I guess, John, the question is these 3 platforms that you have, can they be changed around and moved? In a sense, can the process be changed?
Changed in what regard, Vice Mayor?
Well, in a sense, when we're talking about City Council receive a copy of the final version of the prior letter prior to delivery. So what if we don't agree with it at that time? What happens?
We don't, well, if there is a majority of the council that doesn't agree with the letter, then we'll pull it back. Mm-hmm. And we'll just tell the League of California Cities or whomever that, hey, it seems like the majority of our council is not really in favor of it. So we're not going to be sending a letter. We'll tell that legislator that as well. So
Right. So basically you're saying that we have a vote. We
Unless
have
it's
a
an
vote.
emergency, then you don't.
no, it would still go to the council.
All of it goes to the council.
Yes.
But let me ask you, why do you want to take that privilege away from us, from representing the residents where we live? Why would you want to take that away? Why is this even on the table? I'm not understanding. It seems like everybody's got to be on the same page all the time so that people think that we're in harmony and peace. And the fact of the matter is we all represent different spectrums of our residents. And I think our voices are important to represent those people. They elected us. I don't even know why you would want to take that away from us.
Well, absolutely not trying to take it away, Councilmember McGeehan, with all due respect. What we're trying to do is bring you more of a platform, actually, because the way we do it now is, once again, as Andrew described, if the League of California Cities or one of our state representatives asks for a letter of support or opposition, we just do it. We do it, we show it to the mayor, and it goes out. So the proposed legislative platform before you tonight would actually be much more inclusive of the council than what it is today.
But what I'm saying is I don't like either. I like council action.
Okay.
But Councilman McGeehan, if you still have a voice of the letter, you could still say yes or no to it. The legislative model, I think I said it protects us to make sure that we have the backing based on what the legislative platform or controversial issue is.
Because you're listening to the presentation that wants to go with the legislative platform model. So it's going to sound great. They do great work. Our staff, our city staff does great work.
I'm going to disagree with you on that only sense because I understand, because being on contract cities, I understand how the letters work and the fundamentals if we're going to approve something or not. I'm still an individual at that table at the executive level, and I can make a decision on my own if I want my signature or my name to be on the letter. So what you're saying, though, think about it, Councilor, in the sense, you will still have the adoption to approve the letter or not.
I hear what you're saying.
I mean,
I'm gonna stand
this.
by. No, I am, and it's good conversation. I mean,
Right.
I appreciate you being the sounding block and throwing that back at me. But honestly, Brenda, there's things that have been in place for many, many years within this city, and we both know that. Everybody knows that. And the longer that we give up, what is the point of having a council when we keep giving up our opinion? We talk about professional services, and staff is going to make that decision. And most of the times they're probably right. I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm not willing to keep giving up my voice. Not when I represent the residents that elected me. I want council action. We make other things happen when we need it to happen. There's no reason why we can't make this happen as well. Just because things have been done a certain way for 20, 30 years, I mean, let's look at our zoning and planning. That had not been changed since the 60s,
but
until 2017, until we needed to make some updated changes. Now's our opportunity.
But that's what the option A is for, though. Again, when the letters have gone out, we've had discussions about them going out with our names and letterhead. You now have the opportunity to have a voice. Again, the legislative platform is what John said. I'm understanding what he's saying. But again, my recollection is I want to make sure that I have a voice on that letter. And if you're telling me, John, I have a voice at that letter, you know what I mean? I could deny it if I don't want my name on it. If it's what did you say? I lost my train of thought. You said it had to be the.
Yeah, if there is a consensus after if we send the letter out to all five council, and there's a consensus that this piece of legislation does not fit the legislative platform that the city council adopted at the beginning of the year, and if there's a consensus, we'll pull it back, and we'll say that, there is disagreement.
So, Brenda, do you see how we're discussing it right now?
Mm-hmm.
and we're feeding off of each other, and you're putting forward a good argument. I'm telling you how I think when you take that away, you don't get that. All you're gonna get is, no, I don't agree with it. And you're not getting that transparency that we all talk about. We believe in a transparent city. Come on, think about that.
So John, this is it. It's 9:50, and I don't think, and this is just my opinion. I guess we can get a vote on it, but I don't think we're ready to approve something like this. Right now.
I would have to agree with you, Vice Mayor, that we can refine this a little bit, bring it back, and then I also want to check on a few things with the city attorney as well.
Sure.
So
Agreed.
yeah, this is something that we totally can continue. We have time.
Okay.
This is something that we don't need to rush into. So.
Perfect.
Brenda, when you bring this back, I also have a question, but that's okay. I'll wait. It's getting late.
No, it's okay,
No,
Velma. Go ahead if you have
yes.
a question.
Well, my concern is that, okay, you're saying it says city council will receive a copy of the final version of the letter prior to delivery. Okay, so there's 5 of us. Okay, so say there's 3 of us that don't agree with it. Does that mean the letter will not go out, or that means that letter will go out?
Does not go out.
Does not go out.
Consensus was
Because
3. It was a majority that said no.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and again,
correct.
that's right. And again, that's what I need to check with this city attorney, and he's got to do some research, just to make sure that that's all good to do. If there is a disagreement that it doesn't fit the platform that the city council adopted earlier in the year, then the letter wouldn't go out. But that's again something that I'll need to review with the city attorney on.
And I just want to say to my fellow council members that remember why you were elected, to represent the city that you live, that you know what's best for your city. Don't give up that voice. That's all.
Are you sure that's all? You're done? Okay.
For right now.
All right. So John, so what do we do with this at this time, since there's no motion, there's no recommendation?
Yeah, it's receive and file, and then we will bring it back to you.
Okay. Do we need a roll call for that?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
We
go ahead. Was that Heidi? Were you talking?
We would need a motion to receive and file and a second, and then the roll
All right. All right, you guys. I will entertain a motion to receive and file, please.
This is Councilmember Quer Stallings. I move the item to receive and file this report.
Can I get a second?
Councilmember Aguayo, second it.
All right, we have moved by Quer Stallings, second by Aguayo to receive and file. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
To receive and file and look at other options, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Okay, moving on to, actually, we don't have an item 18, is that correct, John?
Yeah, I would need to entertain a motion, a second, and a roll call vote to continue item number 18.
Motion to continue item 18?
Second, Quer Stallings.
So, moved by Keelan, second by Quer Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen?
Yes.
Councilmember Quer Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yes. Okay, we're moving on to comments or committee reports. We will start with our council members. I will start with Councilmember Aguayo.
Councilmember Gillen, I agree with you on, the housing and the environmental issues that we're dealing with and have been continuous. So I just wanted to let you know that, I do see what you're saying, and, I've been listening to residents that have, been contacting me. So thank you for speaking up on that, and definitely being the voice of our residents.
Well, thank you very much. Nobody has ever said that to me on this council, so thank you. I appreciate that wholeheartedly, sincerely.
That's pretty much it for me.
All right, Councilmember Guillen?
I'm going to try to keep it short. Appreciation to the staff for getting information about the rent and mortgage assistance out there. I was driving on Paramount Boulevard today and I saw the utility board, which had a phone number to call for more information. I appreciate that. I asked for some air quality readings because I had some concerns, and the staff got that to me within a day or two, and I appreciate that. I'd like to request some extra patrol for Monroe and Vermont. There's a four-way stop there apparently that no one is stopping and cars are racing. When the resident called me, I actually heard a vehicle racing through. So if we could get some extra patrol there. And then one last thing, when we get emails or somebody sends something to all of us council members, and then we get a follow-up letter, and it's almost seemed, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it was to discredit the person who had the concern. No matter what the concern is, I never want to discredit the individual who called or had a concern, because it was important enough for them to make that call. And what I'm referring to is, it seems like somebody went out of their way to say that when the street racing takeover was on Vermont and Alondra, or right about there, that an ambulance that had got to the location and was removing an elderly woman to the hospital, I think it was the fact that they were concerned because the daughter of the elderly person couldn't get to the house before they removed her mother because of the straight racing. But instead it was addressed that we contacted the fire department and they had no problem getting in to recover the woman. I don't think that was the concern. So I don't want to discredit our people who call. I want to say, hey, look, we understand your concern. We're concerned too. There's no need to say, oh, well, what they said wasn't really accurate. And then I will address some of the other things that were posed earlier today at our next council meeting. So thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Guillen. Councilmember Cuellar-Starlings?
Yes. Just want to mention that Vice Mayor Brenda Momos and myself, we participated in a census. We drove around 14 cities on Saturday. It was nice to meet several officials from other cities. I was very well welcomed. It was just a fantastic day. We drove in and out through the communities. We weren't able to interact with the residents too much, but we were able to take little breaks, and then we were able to interact with some of their staff and maybe a few residents. So beautiful cities. I mean, everyone is doing remodeling. Everybody's doing something beautiful in their cities, and I just want to thank all the cities that we visited and their officials. You know, I really appreciate that. And also, I want to thank the deputies that have been coming on Madison and Georgia, patrolling the young. There's been quite a few people running the stop signs, and there's my husband almost got hit a couple times, so I was really grateful to see the deputies even patrolling on a Saturday afternoon. So anyway, thank you. Everybody have a restful evening and good night.
Thank you. And I just have a couple things that I wanted to bring up. In regards to our alfresco dining, the response from the community has been outstanding. So John, I guess my question to you is, are we considering to keep this concept? Is there further discussion on the table when COVID goes away for restaurants to possibly keep this method of entertaining or serving the restaurant style?
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it definitely is becoming a lifestyle change. You can see a lot of people are enjoying it. It will be something that we could definitely bring before the city council to consider.
Absolutely. All right. And next thing is Councilmember Cuellar-Starlings already touched on this. It took us 9 hours to complete the 14 cities. I just want to say thank you to Dave Johnson and the staff for welcoming all the council members to the city of Paramount. They felt the welcome. They were very much appreciated it. And just to let you guys know, for the census, Paramount is at a 59.4% response rate. California is at a 69.3%. and the census ends on September 30th. So please, if you have not filled out the census, now's the time. We have a couple more months to get those numbers up. At this time, John, is there any comments from staff?
Yes, ma'am. There's just a few. You had mentioned al fresco. Just to give you an update on the overall temporary outdoor permits that we've processed so far for businesses for COVID, we have processed issued 13 permits to restaurants for outdoor dining, and we've also processed and issued 4 permits for personal services that could include hair salons, barbershops, and nail parlors. So that's definitely something that we are trying to help our local businesses as they survive through COVID. One other thing I just want to remind the council as well as the community that on Thursday, this Thursday at the Bianchi Theaters and Swap Meet parking lot, the LA Regional Food Bank will be having a food giveaway, and you can go to our website to get more information about that. And lastly, I just want to thank the hard work by the staff in public safety who are dealing with the homeless issue. Namely Adriana Lopez, Steve Comparulios, and the team of deputies and nonprofit agencies that helped us reduce the homeless population on our streets by close to 20%. So that was a really novel accomplishment there that they had. So, and that concludes it.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for those updates. So at this time, I have a request to adjourn this meeting in the honor of Dee Myers, Esther Hernandez, and the 9 Marines who lost their lives at Camp Pendleton. So we will adjourn this meeting till August 18th, 2020 at 5 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on now to the successor agency for Paramount Redevelopment Agency. I would like to call to order the meeting. If I can get a roll call of council members, please.
Councilmember Aguayo.
I'm here.
Councilmember Guillen.
Here.
Councilmember Claire Stallings.
Here.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
I am here. Do we have any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I will adjourn this meeting as well.
May we have a motion on the consent calendar, please?
You know what? I have nothing on this. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at the agenda piece. I don't have a second piece to this. So can I get a motion to approve the consent item, please? Consent calendar?
So moved, Councilmember Guillen.
Second by Councilmember Claire Stallings.
So I have a motion by Gillen and a second by Claire Stallings. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aguayo. Councilmember Aguayo.
Yes.
Councilmember Guillen.
Yes.
Councilmember Claire Stallings.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Olmos.
Yes. Do we have any comments or committee reports, John?
No, ma'am.
All right. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting till August 18th, I think.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, you guys.
Good meeting.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.